The Corvallis School Board Business Meeting on June 10th, 2021 is called to order. Please join me to the Pledge of Allegiance if you are willing and able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everybody. Looks like we have all board members in attendance. And I want to note that our board members are either, this is a fully hybrid meeting, are either joining in person or over audio or video. And due to connectivity and social distancing, some of our board members might not be on the video all the time, but they will be participating over audio. I want to welcome our community members who are joining us via the live stream and watching live or through the recording. This material, the meeting material for this meeting are available to the public and can be accessed from the Corvallis School Board page or from the description section of this live stream. Now, next item on the agenda is school board member reports. Are there any board members who wish to provide a report? And I see Vince, and just as a note for everybody, let's make sure we utilize the raise hand.
Trying to answer.
All right, so Vince and then Sarah and then Therese.
So thanks a lot. The only thing I want to report on is the disposition of the board scholarship that was, part of our professional development. And we had 3 awardees. I had an opportunity to sit with the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation Scholarship Committee, and it was a really hard process, I have to say. I'm not used to having really, really fixed resources and so many amazing applicants and people that are just doing amazing work as students. So our first awardee was Frida Villacaña Ramos, who received a $1,000 scholarship. She's a first-generation student going to college. She's a second-generation immigrant, and she's seeking a career as an engineer. The second one was Aria Brown, who also received a $1,000 scholarship. In her application, she wrote about overcoming adversity as a Black, Indigenous, and Latino female with a disability. And she's intending to go to the U of O, and looking forward to joining the Black and Native American student unions. And then the last awardee was Claudia Garcia. She is the daughter of a first generation immigrants. As a child, struggled to learn English when she came here, and was inspired by the adversity of friends and peers, and is seeking a career as a mental health therapist. So there were so many amazing scholarship applicants. There were a lot of scholarships given out, and it was just truly a pleasure. But I have to say, there's a lot of great kids, and we need more scholarship funds. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vince. Sarah?
Yeah, so I attended virtually the about the draft for the Ready School Safe Learners plan for next year. It was in my role as a member of the Legislative Policy Committee for OSBA. The big takeaways were there's going to be a lot more local decisions around how we handle some of the mitigation strategies that will make, in conjunction with the public health department based on local conditions. One of the interesting things was new requirements that they're wanting to put in place on fully online programs, which haven't been in place even for the fully online charter schools. And they're hoping that that will increase the retention and graduation rate for all students who are attending fully online programs. It's relevant to us as we launch our new school, and whether we keep that going past next year. One of the things that was part of it was more required time with synchronous learning, which I think they're getting a lot of pushback on, because a lot of the people who are attending those online schools one of the things they don't want is to be on Zoom all the time. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that. This is still a draft. But a lot of positive movement forward for 5 days of school full time next year.
Thank you, Sarah. Up next is Therese.
Thank you, Sammy. I actually just wanted to extend a thank you, but I wanted to do it early enough that people will still be listening. To just thank the staff in the district for their hard work for graduation ceremonies. I got to attend College Hill, and it's just an impressive effort to celebrate the accomplishment of our kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Therese. Really appreciate it. And Louis?
Did you say me, Sammy?
You're up next.
Okay, thanks. I also just wanted to say that this basically what Therese said about the graduations. Being able to go to College Hill and CHS was really awesome, and I am thankful to have been able to be there this year, and look forward to future graduating classes as well. And the other thing that I wanted to say, because it's going to be probably late by the time we're done, we have a packed agenda, is to say Happy Pride Month to all of our students and staff. Whether or not you're out, you're valued and we appreciate you. And also, I didn't have an opportunity last month to say happy Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, because we had the one.
Lou, we lost you after you said the one, and then we couldn't hear you anymore.
Am I there?
Yes, now you are there. I can hear
Oh,
you.
okay, I'm sorry. What part did you miss? Or did we miss?
I feel after you mentioned the Pride Month, and then
When you talked about the board meeting last month and why you weren't able to.
Oh, yeah. We weren't able to say Happy Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and I was reflecting on that because we had the one meeting and it was super late. So I did want to say that belated Heritage Month as well, and History Month. So that was it.
thank you. And up next is Jay, and then Tina. Jay?
Just a couple of quick comments. Number one, first of all, congratulations to the students and to staff and to parents for their graduations. I'm thrilled that we were able to do graduation and in such a strange year, but an accomplishment. They should feel so proud, and so congratulations. I also want to thank Vince and Lou, especially Vince, for your work now on filling in the scholarship work. Thank you on that. And then lastly, check me on this, Sammy. Would this be an opportunity for me to talk about the board or the bond oversight committee, or do you want to wait on that?
Absolutely. This is a perfect time for our liaison reports as well.
Great. So I just wanted to give the board an update, and Therese has taken that position, and was able to attend the last meeting, I believe. But my input would be that the oversight committee has kind of taken stock after now a significant, almost 2-year run of work. I can just give a quick overview that they are very conscientious. They took their direction very clear and seriously, and frankly said, I don't think, or we don't think that we are capable of doing as much as we were directed, which included a lot of, I would call it assistant program or assistant management duties, trying to save money and make sure we were spending the right money in the right places. So I think we've stepped back, or the committee has stepped back and done a relook at its charter and its goals, and has reached a comfortable level of, number one, meeting every month, which was better than meeting every quarter. And number two, working hard at listening to the community for concerns about how the bond is being carried out, what projects are being done, rumors about over expenditure or under expenditure. So being kind of a good listener group. and a voice then to district appropriate personnel about, here's a concern I've heard, what do you know? And then being able to turn around and give feedback to those voices or concerns. And so I'm just really proud of their work and their focus. I mean, it helps obviously that we've done a good work with Ryan and his leadership team, and Wanaha and their group, and Kim and her leadership. But I think the committee feels very comfortable now with kind of its new charter and direction, and still doing a good job of being watchdogs and listeners, but not probably at the over concerned element level that they'd been given before. So just a good positive report.
Thank you, Jay. Up next is Tina, and then Therese, I see your hands up. I'll call on you next if the hand is still up. Tina?
I just wanted to take a moment to say congratulations to all the graduating students and really say thank you to all the parents and caregivers for helping their students make it to the end of this year. I also wanted to say thank you to all the teachers and staff as well. And I wanted to give a shout out for all our students who are celebrating Pride Month. Whether you were out or not, you were supported.
Thank you, Tina. Therese?
Thanks, Sammy. I just wanted to take a moment to express gratitude to Jay for his work on the bond committee. I've had an opportunity to interact with some community members, and it's always a positive experience when people in the community talk about our colleagues from the board in a positive way. And so, Jay, it's evident that a lot of people know your name and feel like they've been able to have conversations with you. And so thank you for your work on that. And I will do my very best to be accessible to folks, but you've definitely left a great example for engaging with the community. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Therese. I have a few reports to share. First one is I was invited by OSBA to take part in an informational hearing on diversifying the teaching workforce in Oregon. And that was at the Oregon House Education Committee a couple of days ago. I shared the Corvallis School District efforts in Aspiring Leaders Program, Equity Teachers on Special Assignments, TOSAs, and also the Grow Your Own program. I highlighted the successes that we have and common themes across Oregon where other districts are putting investments similar to that, and highlighted the need for increased funding for our public education system, especially at this time. And I'm really optimistic there will be really good news about more investments from the legislator. The second update I have is that earlier today, I met with several members of the Oregon congressional delegation, including Senators Wyden and Merkley, as part of the NSBA Advocacy Institute efforts to advocate for public education funding. And we were able to share our gratitude for the ESSER money, the federal dollars that we received here in Corvallis and across Oregon, and how it's positively impacted Oregon schools, including Corvallis. We were able to highlight the need to increase the funding for the IDEA IDEA programs. And this grant, this money was promised from Congress since the beginning of the 70s to support our students with special needs. And there was a commitment that they will reach 40% of the IDEA funding. And unfortunately, now we're around 13%. So we're way underfunded, and we are advocating for that. Also, we shared our support for access to broadband, investing in schools infrastructure. And I felt really proud to share with Representative Bonamici about our work on nutrition and how we have distributed 500,000 meals in the past year. And she was very proud to hear that. And she shared her focus on access to nutrition and really making sure that lunch shaming and all the barriers for kids to get their nutrition is being eliminated. So really good conversations. And I'll be hopefully I'll be sharing more details about what we advocated for. I would encourage you also to reach out to our Congressman Despacio and our senators to reiterate these points. Another update I have for you, which is in the future, this Saturday, the Color Caucus, OSBA Color Caucus will be holding a retreat for its members this Saturday under the title Connecting Community, Conversation and Concrete Action to Support Students, Families, and Communities of Color at 9 a.m. this Saturday. Caucus members and newly elected board members are welcome to participate. Everyone is welcome to attend. Please let me know and I'll be happy to share with you the invite if you would like to join us. The last report I want to share, and I'll try to be brief at this stage, and hopefully if we finish by 9 a.m., I'll be more detailed or I'll send you an email. But I promised probably for 6 months now to send a reflection of our accomplishments in the past year. And right now, this meeting marks my last day of, or my last meeting of my 2017-2021 term. And I'm grateful to continue this work for the following term. But also it is the last for this school board in its current composition. And I want to take the opportunity to share and reflect on what we have done in the past 18 months and 4 years. This is a period I am confident will be remembered as a time that has been defining and turning moments in our lifetime, serving the school district and our children who persevered to support each other, and our staff who has persevered to support their families and their students with their basic needs, mental health, physical health supports, and care and connection, and academic growth during unprecedented pandemic. The progress this board has made is phenomenal, yet there is much more work to be done, and that is ahead of us. So I wanted to share with you earlier before this meeting a reflection of the accomplishments that we've done. But if I would say it in 30 seconds, let's reflect on setting school board goals 2018, 2023, and refining those board goals as we go to make sure that we're centered on equity and we're responding to the needs of our students, investing strategic investments to support our students, and advocating for them on the federal, state, and local levels, creating the connections and the investments in mental health program that's in our schools, investing in the sustainability, standing for our students who are undocumented, having a flagship and a first of its kind policy around transgender and non-binary students. All of these things are the accomplishments of this board. It could have been not have been possible if we weren't the good team that provide different perspectives and different ideas that elevates not only the voice of 7, but the voices of many community members who cannot attend or have the voice. So thank you for being the supporters of our students. It's been and continues to be a proud moment. Just to make it very clear, I'm just reflecting on the last meeting for us as a group, but I'm really proud and confident that we have much more work to do as we move forward. So thank you for this opportunity, and I'll be sharing with you the reflection either later this meeting or maybe over email if the time does not allow. With that, I want to say thank you, and any other board members' reports? Seeing none, the next report is the superintendent's report.
All right, well, thanks, everybody. As an educational system, the trust of our community is one of our greatest treasures and something that we do not take for granted. As we close out this year of constantly shifting landscape, I'd like to take a moment to thank our families for their perseverance and commitment and for advocating for the needs of their kids. I'd like to thank our dozens of community members that have continued to help us conduct the business related to our bond program, our school renaming, and other important work. And finally, to our staff who showed up day after day to what seemed to be daily changes to work plans and schedules to the requirements of the pandemic. No one has experienced the pandemic exactly the same way, but we all have had our ups and downs, and a weary fatigue is giving way to hopefulness for a new normal. So again, I want to say thank you to the community, to our families, to our students, and our staff for persevering through this year to get to where we are today. So thanks to everyone. And also, I want to thank the board for the support. Many times, one of the things I reflected on about this year is that the number of special reports, educational updates that came to you that were developed, just days or hours before the meeting based on the changing landscape and the grace that you showed us as we continue to adjust and pivot to make things work for our kids. Your support has meant a lot to us. And so again, I just want to say thank you. I also want to recognize some outstanding staff members today. So over the last several weeks, I've had the opportunity to do Golden Apple presentations along with the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation, and as well as Ken Pestega, whose family first developed the Golden Apple as a way to recognize staff. So we had 4 Golden Apples this year, and I'll tell you who they are, and then we're going to share a short video about that. So the first one is Maria Adams. Maria is a kindergarten teacher at Wildcat Elementary. She has worked hard to make Zoom fun and engaging for kids and parents alike. She has been tireless in her efforts. And when problems have arisen this year, she's researched the problem, finding a solution that helps both her students and families. So for our elementary recognition, it's elementary teaching staff recognition, it's Maria Adams. Second is Isley Gonzalez Dumble, who's a PE teacher and a safe advisor at Sheldon. Isley is a trusted mentor to all students, and especially to students of color and students that are part of the LGBTQ+ community. She's an inspiration to staff and students alike. So again, congratulations to Isley. Third is Matt King, who's a teacher at Corvallis High School. Not only is Matt an educator who has deep connections with his students in the classroom and in Zoom, but he is tireless in his advocacy for students who've experienced trauma or struggle. And his work centers the needs of our vulnerable students and their families in his classroom. So Matt King is our award winner this year at the high school level. And finally, our classified winner is Angela So. Angela is an educational assistant at Crescent Valley. It was fun to be able to present the award to Angela along with her family and amongst students. In her support of students with disabilities, she's really dedicated to those students, making sure that they've stayed connected throughout this year, not only in academics, but also connection with her and the importance of that as we move through this pandemic. So again, congratulations to all 4 of our Golden Apple recipients, Maria Adams, Isley Gonzalez Dumble, Matt King, and Angela So. And with that, we're going to watch a short video.
I like it because my fear the kids mask is because my students are the future, and we need to fear them because they're going to make big changes.
Hi, Mr. King.
Morning.
Oh my. We are here to award you with a golden apple for the way that you have continued to care for kids and think about who they are as whole people. And so this morning we're here to honor you and recognize you with a Golden Apple Award. So congratulations.
And it's my pleasure to announce the 2021 Golden Apple at this school is Maria Adams. And if her family who's hanging out in Ms. Amanda's class can come on out and join. I'd also like to invite Ms.
Hi.
Hi,
This is Angela right here.
husband. Why are they here?
We are here to recognize you with a Golden Apple.
What?
Yes.
Many of you probably, some of you know I was an engineer at HP, and I always tell my friends, this has been a promotion. To work with everybody.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. So as always, a big round of applause for our Golden Apple Award winners. It's definitely one of those highlights every year. Also, one of the highlights of every year is our graduations, and several board members have already talked about that experience tonight, and how that experience felt this year, being able to be in person, be with one another, still following those social distancing rules and norms, but being able to be in one space. The weather held out, and we were able to graduate. 35 students earned their diploma at College Hill, and also we had 9 who earned a GED. At Corvallis High School, we had 273 graduates, and at Crescent Valley, we had 210. We also had 53 students who earned a seal by literacy, in addition to their high school diploma. And students earned a seal in Italian, Mandarin, Portuguese, and Spanish this year. And also I wanted to recognize Kevin Dye, who's a student at Crescent Valley, who earned the 2021 U.S. Presidential Scholar Award. There are 2 given out per state. And so that recognition for Kevin is really incredible, and also someone really deserving. He had Ms. Sisson, who oversees the Writing Center, talk about Kevin and his positive impact and his leadership amongst his peers, and how he is such a incredible person who doesn't bring a lot of attention to himself. And so Jill felt like that was a responsibility she had in recognizing him when we were able to go out and encourage him and applaud his award. So anyhow, just an incredible student, one of many who graduated this year from our school district. Another thing I wanted to share, another area of recognition that we've had recently is the Sources of Strength Showcase. Sources of Strength is a program that we have worked to implement in our high schools, and some recognition for some of our students, staff, and schools came through the 2016 or 2021 May 26th Sources Showcase. And those were Benny Stornolio, who is at CHS, a student there, and Ruby Krebs also was recognized as a peer leader. Eric Wright from College Hill was recognized as an adult advisor, and both College Hill and Corvallis High Schools were recognized as Team Innovative Award winners. So again, a really important program for us to have as we continue to think about what are those sources of strength we each have that help us to get through challenging times. It's a program that I think has been really vital, something that has been supported over the years by Joyce Maitland, also by the Corvallis or the Benton County both the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation and the Benton County Foundation. They've all supported this work. So again, lots of recognition that's been going on these last couple of weeks as we near the end of the school year. And finally, I just want to take a couple of minutes and recognize Jay Conroy. Tonight is Jay's last board meeting with us, and he is still with us, even though he's out of state and in a pickup truck somewhere holding on to the Wi-Fi. He is still with us. And so one of the things that one of my first memories of Jay was prior to him being a member on the school board. Jay started to attend school board meetings because while he has a history and a lifetime in education, his goal was to see what was going on here in the school district and how he could help. So it wasn't one of those situations where he just thought, I'm going to run. It was, testing the waters, seeing what work was happening and if it fit him. And I'm glad that it did. One of the things I've appreciated most about Jay is that lifetime of education, both for himself, for his kids. He's given his life to public education and continues to do that even now by supervising student teachers to make sure that
that legacy is passed on. And so I appreciate the fact that he's a practitioner and is always asking questions of the board that take us back to the classroom and take us back to teachers and take us back to kids. So with that, I just want to say thank you, Jay. We have a little something for you, and we'll be sure to get it to you when you return. But I again wanted to say thank you for all you've done for CSD over the years, and will continue to do as you continue to supervise student teachers. And so with that, this is what we have for you, and I'll make sure that you get it so you can place it somewhere as you feel sentimental about your work and your time with us. So thanks again, Jay. I don't know if other board members want to add additional information or memories of their work with Jay, but I would want to open it up in case that's true for you.
Well, I'll share my memory with Jay. The memory that will stick to me is, Jay, you were advocating for the bond in 2018. You supported the bond measure all the way until we were waiting on the results. And the reporter was ready with the camera when we read the results, and we celebrated and we said hooray. And yeah, we cheered at the same time, but the picture from the reporter included you drinking something that's not water, and then your mom calling you and saying, what's that in your hand? So that will be the memory that I will cherish and remember. Really, thank you for all you've done and for your partnership. I believe I have learned from you, and I expanded my horizon about lived experiences and perspectives that are different than mine. And I hope that we can continue doing that important work. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And I'll say that I, as the oldest person, maybe not in years, oldest person on the board, I've learned from each and every director that has served on this board, and Jay is no exception. And I just want to echo what Ryan just shared, is that I really appreciated your deep history in public education and understanding. And if there's one thing that I'm going to take with me, and as I continue this work, is keep my eyes in the trenches and think about, the perspective of teachers and folks that are working hard in their schools. And so that's something that you've always brought our attention back to each and every meeting. And so thank you for that. And Godspeed in whatever you're going to do, relaxing, not being on the board.
Thank you.
We have Therese and Tina. Therese?
Thank you, Sammy. I wanted to just first take an opportunity to thank Jay for his service. Board work can be very time consuming. And one thing I always appreciate is seeing that you come to our meetings prepared, and you've really put time into the material and can reflect that in the comments and the things that the questions that you bring up. And so it's not always super exciting things. People in the community might not know that fills our emails for the board, but your dedication to seeing that through has always been impressive. I wanted to just share a memory of, it was, I think, the first or maybe the second board OSBA conference that we went to, and you and I were sitting together having lunch, and we started a conversation about the significance of language and titles and words we use to describe people. And it was one of the more genuine conversations I think I've had the opportunity to engage in, related to talking about challenging things around how language is constructed. And, I don't know if you remember it, and it's okay if you don't, but it stood out to me because I thought, wow, we've had really, both generationally and personally and lived experiences, we've had different experiences. And it was really it was a delight to engage with somebody who could bring a different perspective that I would never be able to reflect on or incorporate within my own narrative. So I appreciate that. Also appreciate your awareness of the lives we have outside of the board. And there was one night during a board meeting when our previous director needed a ride home, and I offered to take her. It was out of my way. I don't go that direction, but she needed a ride, and I said I would take her. And you said, "Oh, I think I can take her that way." And I said, "Oh, it's okay. I don't mind." And you said, "Oh, I'm sure you'd rather get home to your little one." And I thought, thank you. I appreciate that, because it is hard to be away, and board nights, we miss bedtime. And so just the possibility of being able to get home a few minutes earlier, I appreciated that. I felt like that was a way that you were caring for and recognizing me as a person, separate from my role in the board, but as the other roles and responsibilities I have in life. And I suspect that you move through your life that way with the people that are in your life. And so if that's the case, as I think it may be, then they're very fortunate to have that. And so I was touched by that moment, and I just wanted to share that and have that not go unnoticed. I know it's a small thing, but it made a mark on me, and I appreciate that. So I don't know what activities will fill your time. I suspect it will be something, because I don't think you are a sitter. So you'll be busy doing something, and maybe it will bring you back to the board in a different capacity. But thank you so much for your time and for the opportunities here and there to get to know you as a person.
Thank you, Therese.
We have Tina and then Sarah.
Hi, Jay. I just wanted to say thank you for welcoming me when I first started on the board, and have greatly appreciated your knowledgeable guidance and guiding me on my way when I first started, when I didn't know how things worked, and I was really like getting overwhelmed. And I just wanted to say thank you, and I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Yeah, I also want to thank you for your service. We were elected at the same time, and so we were on the learning curve of learning what board work would be like together. And I've always been impressed by your dedication to the work and the time you've spent in on your board work and your preparations. And I want to echo Vince's comment about and echo my appreciation for your understanding of how what we do impacts our greatest resource, which is our teachers. And bringing that knowledge to our board, I think, has been really a valuable asset for us. So thank you for your time. As Therese said, I'm sure you've got big plans for things to do. And I look forward to seeing what that is.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say thanks to Jay for all your years that you spent on the board, but also like in the classroom too, and bringing that perspective of the teachers is something that always stands out to me too, of like that one-on-one engagement that you have. I also wanted to appreciate your willingness to like dig deep into conversations that we may needed to have a little bit deeper, and your willingness to learn from each other. And I appreciated learning from you as well. And so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jay, thank you so much. Just want to say thank you for being a colleague, a teacher, and a learner. That's how I've been seeing you, as every time we have a conversation, I found a person who's willing to learn, and someone who's willing to share, and a colleague who's invested in making sure our kids prosper and find the resources that they need so they can succeed. So thank you for your service.
So Sammy,
Yes.
Could I respond just real quickly?
Yes, absolutely.
I have two sharings, one for later when no one else is on board, but when we've got, I know a lot of things going tonight. I just want to say to the public that the people that are serving on the board that I got to serve with this group, they are really nice, good people. We don't always agree, and we have different voices and perspectives, but I genuinely would say to anyone, they are nice, good, hardworking people. So thank you for your sharing. I may ship a copy of this tape to my children to remind them about their dad once in a while, but But I just want to say thank you. I do want to give a little context. I am sitting at Dinosaur National Monument in Vernal, Utah. And the perspective that I'm going to give you is that I just got done looking at dinosaur bones that are, not kidding you, over 900 million years old, and petroglyphs done by Fremont and Utah Indians that were 800 to 1,000 years old, and then just beautiful geography. And so I'm really sorry that I'm not there in person. I love working on the board, and I really do respect you all and wish I was there in person. But I also tell you that I am married, and we had this trip planned 2 years ago, and there was no way that I was going to use the board as the excuse for not going. So thank you for putting up with pickup transmission and for the great experience. And I would like time at the end to share just a couple more reflections, but appreciate you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. And so the plaque at the bottom says, with deep appreciation for your tireless service and unwavering dedication to the community and students of Corvallis. So again, thanks for all you've done, Jay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions or comments on the superintendent's report from board members? Seeing none, the public comment period is now open. And we do have one comment from a community member. Wendy Mader, are you with us? Wendy Mader? Wendy Mader, are you with us? You are, we see you, but we don't see, I see that your mic is muted. Maybe let's try unmuting them. Maybe they can't unmute here themselves.
I clicked the ask to unmute button, but I don't see an option for unmuting them. So.
All right, Wendy Mader, you might find an option to unmute yourself or say accept to unmute. If not, try to rejoin us. Yeah, they're trying to come back. And now we have only one comment,
I
right?
see an email that says that she's been cut off a few times. So is going to instead write a letter to the Gazette, thanking the district and the board for listening to our concerns about the parking lot and changing the plan so fast and effectively. Please pass this along to the board.
Thank you very much. Really much appreciation. Well, thank you, Wendy. If you get connected in the next few seconds, we'll get you in. But other than that, really appreciate your message through the secretary, and with gratitude for your participation with the community neighborhood meeting and for your feedback. All right, the public comments period now is closed. And now we are going to open the public hearing on the 2021-22 district budget. The public hearing is now open, and we do not have any people signing up for the public hearing, as well as advertised through the instructions to sign up in advance. So seeing there's no public hearing testimonies, the public hearing now is closed. And resolution number 210601 adopts 2021-22 budgets, make appropriations, impose property taxes, and categorize taxes. The item is for an action. Do we have a presentation or just a proposed motion?
Just a proposed motion.
All right, so for context, for community members, we have a resolution to adopt the budget as approved by the budget committee. Do we have a motion from any board member, Therese or Vince?
But Therese, I defer to my comment.
I think.
All right, Therese.
Sorry, my hand was up by mistake. I don't have the language of the motion in front of me. So, and I don't think you'll accept, I move to make the motion as it was written down for us to read. So I'm going to let Vince go.
Sounds good, Vince.
So then I will move that resolution number 20-0601 be adopted to adopt the budget, make appropriations, impose property taxes, and categorize taxes for the 2021-22 fiscal year.
Do I hear a second?
I will second.
All right, moved and seconded by, moved by Vince and seconded by Therese. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion, we will take a roll call vote. Those in the affirmative, please vote aye. Director Adams,
Aye.
Director Conroy,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director White Bear,
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald,
Aye.
Chair Ala Abdullah votes aye. Passes unanimously. All right, next item on the agenda is bond items, bond reports, and we do have a presentation from Dale and Kim.
So the first piece on the first document attached is that bond oversight committee update. So I wanted to make sure that if there were questions from the board that I answered those. I think that Jay did a nice job of summarizing the work of our bond oversight committee, a group of community members who have been with us since the beginning of the bond process. We are now what I would consider at the middle of the process. And so at our last two meetings, we have gone back to look at the scope of work, the responsibilities of that group. And we will be coming back to you with an update in the fall. But a couple of things that we've decided to change based on the feedback has been to meet monthly instead of quarterly. Up to this point, we had met quarterly. But because of the kind of the pace of construction now, it made sense for us to begin to meet quarterly and also look at some of their scope and responsibilities. Some of the work is happening with the design advisory committees that have been meetings specifically at each site. So some of the scope of work that we initially thought would be the role of the bond oversight committee has fallen to those individual school by school design advisory committees. And also some of the decisions that have to be made are often made on a weekly basis, not on a quarterly basis. And so I think that both district staff as well as the committee members felt good about going back and reassessing the role and then moving forward with more frequent communication and more frequent meetings. With regards to communication, I think the biggest piece there is that as community members, they often find themselves in spots where they get questions from members of the community, not much similarly to what you get as a board member. And so we have increased both our communication to that committee as well as additional ways that they can get their questions answered in a timely manner so they can get that information back out to the community. So again, I think it was healthy for us to reassess, and I think that we will continue to be a strong committee moving forward as a result of that, that assessment. So again, I feel like that's really the high points from the report as we continue to work together. So if there's questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, we could move to Kim and Dale in their presentation.
We have one from Sarah.
Yeah, this isn't really a question at all. I just wanted to express that I was really impressed by this committee and their work and their willingness to do more than what was initially laid out in their charter and their efforts to listen to the community. I really appreciate the time and efforts and the conscientious work that they've been doing. So thank you to all of the members of the Bond Oversight Committee.
Thanks, Sarah. And so I think what I'd like to do is just recognize who they are. So Rich Arnold, Emily Barton, Amy Crump, Brad Hamlin, Jennifer Richmond, Emily Valdez, and Gordon Zimmerman. And so they have, with some slight changes in membership over the years, the majority have been intact for going on 3 years now. So again, it's a long-term commitment as well. So thank you to them.
Absolutely, thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, looks like we're ready for the presentation.
Parker, can you share that? There it is. All right. Well, hopefully you saw our written board report. It was fairly long this month with intention. We wanted to show a lot of pictures of all the good work that's going on. This PowerPoint will capture some slightly different pictures, and it'll be a little bit more brief for each project. Slide. I wanted to point out some highlights. We're in a real active stage of construction, and that actually provides us some good security. We've got 8 projects fully committed on price, and only 5 left to bid this fall, and that's about 60 million. So what that really means is that the bulk of our projects, are already committed on price. We've spent about 88 million to date, and we're going to see another 64 million in the next 6 months. So 88 million over a couple years and 64 million in 6 months. So there's a lot of work about to happen. And we're proud that projects are still aligning with our bond funding goals and timelines. Slide. There's always challenges in a big program like this. When we started, the board may recall some discussion about how busy the market was, and that was potentially going to drive prices up. And it did to some extent, but we were able to meet those challenges and keep the projects moving ahead. The pandemic hit us, and that affected a lot of things. Material availability plummeted with factories and such being affected by closures. And it also made costs go up, and personnel were impacted, and productivity was affected by some of the new protocols that we had to follow. Things are returning to normal, including the market. It is getting busier, and with factories still not at full production, we're seeing some material impacts and shortages and cost increases. None of which we see affecting our current crop of projects that are scheduled to wrap up fairly soon. Last fall's wildfires were another challenge we overcame in fairly short duration and some minor loss of productivity. Slide. Stakeholder engagement. We are very proud of this. This is just one example. You see at Wildcat talking about some citizen observations on the design, and the district working hard to listen to those suggestions. In this case, we're going to be working with the city to see if we can make some changes to the design. Kim, jump in at any time. I'm going fairly fast because I know the agenda is full tonight. With the district's PR department, we have updated the bond program timeline. This is a pretty useful tool, and it's being printed, and you can get copies of this from the district office fairly soon. But anyway, it shows how the bond program goes clear on out through 2023, through most of that year. Garfield, full steam ahead and heading towards the finish line. New addition, front office, all are going well. And the east wing, cafeteria and kitchen areas and the stage are about to launch once school's out. So movers are real active in that school getting ready for that. And there's a couple of images. First, the one in front of that school, and then the back one I put in there to show you how well it's blending with the front of the school. So you're looking at the back corner of the new addition and the front of the building. Lincoln, super busy site, and there's been lots of great activity there. Move coordination is a big one in that case because we're completely emptying the old school and having to temporarily store all the items that are in there as we finish up the new school to get them into the building. And demolition work will start as soon as school is out this summer. Slide. There's a nice image on the left showing, this is kind of the lower grade outdoor area that's going to be in a fenced enclosure, and there'll be play surfaces out there. It'll be a nice area. And then on the right, I wanted to show you folks how a lot of the tile in the building looks with those nice colors. This happens to be an ADA restroom coming together. Slide. Husky, all the steel is up, and the district produced a topping out video, which I think has been shared. But if not, you'll see that come out soon. Exterior brick and metal siding is underway, and all the interior work's happening as well. It's interesting to note this project was originally scheduled to be 3 months behind Lincoln, and it's on track for that, with move-in targeted over winter break this year. And here, this was really fun. On Friday and Monday, we had tours of the school with the Husky staff. And on the left, you're seeing that staff looking out the neat windows at the big old oak tree that was intentionally retained on that site. That's looking to the south. And then the other pictures just show some of the administrative areas. Crescent Valley, there's a lot going on there. CTE, elevator, fiber and data, seismic upgrade, and all this stuff scheduled to get done by the end of the summer. And it is on track. The left picture is interesting. Part of the bond promises were to reseal the building. There's a lot of caulk joints on that on all of those buildings that are original, like 50 years old. And so the subcontractors are removing that old sealant and replacing it with new. The middle image is the elevator shaft and some additional balcony work up there. And the left image is pretty neat. That shows the outdoor work area of the CTE zone. And there's a lot of natural fresh air in there because that structure is completely open on the outside in this particular area. Slide. CHS. If you've been out there, you'll see lots of holes being drilled in the ground and concrete and rebar installed, and that's going to support the new covered walkway that'll take students from the main building over to the CTE area. A lot of work happening inside those buildings. You'll see the covered area between the two CTE buildings showing up later this summer. And erection for that will probably happen during school to some extent, and we'll be sure to coordinate for safety there. Main building carpets getting underway soon, camera system upgrades, and the solar array work is going to be done this month. Slide. There's the drill for those canopy pilings. The middle image shows the work of foundations getting underway for that connecting covered area. And then the left shows a neat view of those solar panels going up on the old building, the main building. Sheldon, not a lot going on right now except the library, which is really nice. We're going to go out to bid for the remaining work in the fall, HVAC and seismic. And here's a shot of that library. If you recall, you walk in there, there was a bunch of dark beams that were quite low, and it really made the place feel a bit claustrophobic in my view. It's now open high, and there'll be acoustic control in that space, and it'll be a lot brighter with new furnishings also. Slide. And what we call the JAWS schools, Jaguar, Adams, and Wildcat. Jaguar and Wildcat are getting underway this summer. You'll start to see some real active demolition work getting underway real soon. Adams is in for the planning, land use planning process now. After we get that, we'll submit for permits. The project will bid later this year and start next spring. We did bid a electrical package, and you'll see that before the board here in a few minutes, to get a jump on things and basically separate that building from the district office and the food warehouse. Mountain View, just right in the middle of design development, which is the end of kind of the last chance to really make major changes. We're also updating budgets, and so we'll get to find out real soon how close we were with our design on that. This project will behave a lot like Lincoln with its resiliency, large solar array and batteries to, basically serve the whole northern portion of Corvallis as a gathering place, if you will, with power and the ability to continue classes. Franklin is in exactly the same design status as Mountain View. Some great design advisory committee input lately, which will enhance that job a lot. College Hill. Kim, do you want to jump in and work through the College Hill slides?
I do. We wanted to do a little bit more in depth with College Hill to let you know where we are on that design as our commitment to bring each phase of design back to the board. So we're completing design development process and estimates are being updated. We've had a very engaged community in the College Hill neighborhood. We had a great meeting this week, and they have provided us a lot of ongoing feedback about the design of the proposed parking. And we've made some really good improvements, and we think we've got a good design to move forward with. The project's going to bid later this year with construction starting summer of 22. So, next slide. So this is our site plan that was shared with the neighborhood on Monday night. And what you can see is that across the front of the building on 31st Street, we've expanded the parking loop. And we've created true ADA accessible parking spots, as well as several additional spots. Our earlier designs included a parking lot on the corner of 31st and Polk, and we heard a lot about the desire to keep the school's playing fields open for use by the community. And so we took that feedback and redesigned that front loop and maximized parking in the back parking lot. The other things that I wanted to point out is the green in the middle are behind the school. That area used to be the hard play surface for when it was an elementary school. The hard play surface was removed when we put a modular in temporarily for the Wings program a few years ago. And so it's gravel right now, but we're going to be removing that, putting in some nice sidewalks around it and putting some lawns for green space behind the school. We're also installing a full-size basketball court for outdoor play and a covered outdoor learning, a covered outdoor classroom. It's depicted in the brown with the little white rectangles in it. So this is going to really support a new construction program where they're proposing building tiny homes. And so if we can make that come to fruition, that's where we will be doing that work. Any questions about the site plan? Nope. Okay, so the next slide. So I wanted to walk through the floor plan real quick because I think there's some really exciting things. Our design advisory committee for College Hill has been fantastic with a lot of really thoughtful input and engagement. And so I thought I would start at the bottom left-hand corner and work our way to the right here. So in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see that we've got the Welcome Center. So that Welcome Center is currently housed at Western View Center. And so we're planning this space actually at College Hill where it's more centrally located and located where we have students who are in need of accessing those services. So we are also going to relocate Casa Latinos Unidos or whatever partner agency we have working with us from over time in the classroom right next door. The Central Instructional Media Center that's currently housed downstairs and upstairs, we're working on prioritizing that collection. And we're going to do most of the storage downstairs in the basement here. Of that wing is really not usable space. It is actually closed off and it's just the underside of the building. So if we move to the right, the kitchen is going to remain in its current location. And what is great about that is that we're going to be able to share that space for students to do some learning and cooking in that kitchen. And it becomes a much more effective commercial kitchen with the lift that we're installing. So we'll be able to take food up and down the lift to get to the main floor or to the second floor. In addition, it makes the whole downstairs basement area all, which is because it has been that way in the past. As we move further right, the existing office space is getting a full revamp to have a secured vestibule entry. And so we'll be able to greet our visitors during the school day inside the vestibule and buzz them into the student occupied spaces. It was really important to our families and our students to make sure that the office remained open to students throughout the day. And so really the security is going to be on those vestibule doors, and the office will remain open so that we can come and go without having to be buzzed in the office. We've got a workroom. We've got testing spaces, a small conference room. Here on the corner, if you're familiar with Harding Center at all or College Hill High School, you know that there's two very small bathrooms that are pretty inefficient and hard to use. And so we're remodeling that restroom into our new student restroom design. One of the things we really wanted to focus on in this building was making sure we had the two entrances into the space. So you can see it's on that corner around the electrical room. And we are really excited to see that improvement at this space. This educational wing to Plan North, which is actually west, but to the top section of this plan, we have some exciting things happening. A remodeled classroom for science. The building was built as an elementary school, and we just moved high school students in. So this is going to give students at College Hill High School access to a modern science lab with multiple sinks and access to gas and lots of storage for all the science equipment. And most important, well, not most importantly, but important is flexible furniture, because a lot of the instruction that happens at College Hill is individualized instruction. So we don't often have a whole class doing science at the same time, but we could have 4 or 5 different experiments going on at once. And then we have also designed a makerspace on that far left-hand corner of this wing. And so makerspace meaning hard surface floors, extra sinks, and very functional mobile furniture so that we can do hands-on learning and move everything aside if we want to do a big experiment or function in there. All the other classrooms in this wing and actually throughout the building towards the gym will also get updated cabinetry to take us from an elementary size cabinets to high school or adult size cabinets, which is really exciting. We've also done a lot of work with some of these specialty teachers like urban farm and horticulture to make sure that the cabinetry actually meets the needs of the program. I think actually this is the restrooms and the cafeteria are actually my 2 favorite parts of this design. So if we move down towards the gymnasium, so between the language arts, math lab and the gymnasium is where the stage was originally, or is now. So we were originally talking about putting the cafeteria back down in the basement. Well, let me step back even further. Our bond promise says that we're going to expand to make a cafeteria, an expansion onto the back of the gymnasium. And that would have required us to get rid of to relocate the garden that's on the campus right there. So then we thought, well, let's remodel the 2-story portion and put it back in the basement. And we took that to our design advisory committee, and they said, nobody wants to send all the kids into the basement for lunch. And it doesn't feel like it's a space for everybody because you're going to have to go on this lift to get down there. So can't we find a way to put this on the ground floor? So we challenged our design team. We went back and problem solved, and we came up with this idea. Currently, the stage is used for a cafe type setting, but it's not accessible because doesn't have a ramp that is ADA accessible, and really it's not big enough. And it's not designed for that. It's really loud in that space. So we blew out all the walls, we took out the stage, and we made this really accessible, open cafeteria for our College Hill students. We're designed in an actual point of sale and food serving station across that top wall. We blew out some windows so that we can get some natural daylight into the space. Put a door from the cafe into the gym so that we can go from our eating right into activity in the gymnasium. Put some windows in from the cafeteria to the gym, and lots of flexible seating so that it can be used in lots of different ways. And so we're really excited that there's going to be a place for College Hill students to call their own, and that they can fit a lot more people in, and that we're just opening it up to lots of daylight. So I'm really excited to see that come together. In the gym locker room area, we've been able to remodel it with our new restroom design and showers. And so in the corner, we have a shower, and then between the restrooms and the weight room, we have a shower. And then a whole locker room dedicated to the weight room space. And so that's something that they have wanted at College Hill for years, and we're able to put that in the design. So this is our basement and ground floor level. Our next slide is the upstairs. And so because we're going to do seismic upgrades to the 2-story portion of the building, we will be able to access all of these classrooms for student instruction. So we're proposing to move the wings classroom, that's our 18 to 21-year-old students with disabilities who are transitioning into adulthood. We're going to put them up in this top classroom. It's on the west side of the building, and it has windows that front to Harrison to overlook the city bus stop, so that as these students are accessing that city bus, they can have really good visibility. We're also, I didn't point it out on the site plan, but we're improving the sidewalk path from the building out to that bus stop, making it a 12-foot wide multi-mode path. And so that we can navigate multiple, friends walking side by side, or if we have a wheelchair or a stroller or anything like that. So across from the wings classroom is the current, right now there's a bank of restrooms. I don't know if it's the girls or the boys, off the top of my head, but what we're going to do is remodel this restroom to make it a fully accessible ADA restroom to support wings. So the far right, the bigger part of the bathroom will accommodate a Hoyer lift and changing table. And then we have a single user restroom also for students who don't need assistance, just need to have access to the bathroom. And then on the further down corner, we put in a full student restroom at that location. All these other classrooms, except the one that's labeled CIMC and Community Flex Classroom, will be available for future programs or educational spaces for College Hill to expand into. The CIMC is going to be the offices for the Central Instructional Media Center and work area. The Community Flex Classroom is for, I guess as it's named, for the community. We've designed it so that you can access the Community Flex Classroom without accessing the educational wing by adding these double doors in. So after hours access is really simple. As we move to the right, we have the staff room, which has been designed to support as many as we can in that space, but also giving them access to a dishwasher and plenty of power to support microwaves and refrigerators. We don't show any furniture in the library yet because we're still under design working out those details, but we're putting the library upstairs adjacent to the next office, which is a counseling office. So any questions about
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Can we go back to the kitchen discussion?
Yeah.
So I mean, I loved what I heard, and I completely agree. It's great ideas for all that. I'm just, so in the cafeteria, is that food going to be coming from Central Kitchen, or are we talking about food prep on site, or is it going to be some hybrid of that? And I guess I'm trying to understand, what's the programmatic vision for the kitchen downstairs?
Sure. Can we go up one slide, Parker? There we go. So right now, food is delivered to College Hill, and for the most part, they don't serve hot food. It's mostly cold food. But our vision, because we will have the access to the kitchen and this newly designed serving space, we'll be able to have hot carts. So food will be prepped at the central kitchen and delivered to the kitchen and then brought up to serve up at the cafeteria. The programmatic vision for the kitchen downstairs is really keeping it a commercial kitchen for our food services department for whatever they need to use it for. But we talked about the need and the desire to have a kitchen space that our students can learn how to cook food from the urban farm, or to do some life skills training for our wing students. And so being able to coordinate with our food services department and use that existing kitchen, because it's now in a seismically safe area of the building, to bring our students in and engage in that type of a learning environment. Does that answer for you, Vince?
That was the answer I was looking for. And then my next question is about wings. And so what you're discussing with the upstairs is a significant expansion of the square footage of the building. Are we talking about bringing wings back from CV, or is this going to be, or is the program going to exist at two sites?
It's going to continue to exist on 2 sites.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Those are my questions.
Kim, could you remind us how many additional parking spots were added in that design with the horseshoe in the front and the nose and parking in the back?
That is a really good question, Ryan. It's just about 20 spots. I'm sorry that I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but it's right around 20 spots.
17. So we're in that neighborhood.
I'm sorry, Ryan, you were breaking up.
That's okay.
Okay.
I had thought it was about 17. So somewhere in that neighborhood was still what we were able to add, recognizing also the values of the community.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember during the meeting, maybe it was mentioned 16 or 17. That's the number I remember. Sarah has a question.
Yeah, I just, after Vince's question, if we're expanding the space available for wings, are we going to then be able to expand the number of, are we also expanding the number of students who'll be able to participate in wings?
So to clarify, I would like to say we're not expanding their space, we're relocating their space at Harding.
And another part of that question, though, Sarah, is just about students participating in wings. And so we are anticipating that next year, because of the support through the legislature and specifically through Senator Gelser, students who would have been the age of 21 this school year will continue on for an additional year of transition services. So for next year, we will have additional students participating in wings. We have a lot of space at Crescent Valley, so we have plenty of space. But it was just a good opportunity to be able to share that as well.
And remind me, is that a 1 year or a 2 year bubble?
I believe it's up to 2 years, if I'm not mistaken.
The language says up to 2 years.
Yeah. And as a context, each senator, I think they got $4 million and each representative got $2 million to distribute it on any projects of interest. And Senator Gelser graciously supported this as one of her projects to add on. So for those who would have graduated, now they have an opportunity to continue.
Thank you, Senator Gelser. Absolutely. Thank you, Kim.
Yeah, thank you.
There's no further questions. Well, I want to highlight, it's a comment, it's not a question. So I was there with Jay and Therese during the neighborhood conversation, and I just want to highlight, Kim, the responsiveness and the ability to incorporate community input and the idea that schools cannot be built without really active engagement from the community. You have demonstrated how this should be done. So really, thank you for doing it right, and for making the community feel heard. I really appreciate it, and I know community members appreciate a school district that's in the community and really empowered by the community. So I really appreciate that work. And while I'm at it, about celebrations, this is my first time. Yesterday was my first time doing a time lapse by going to the webcam and then increasing that time rate into once per day and then once per week, and finding a right angle where the sun does not glare, and then finding the right time of the day so I don't get night and day flip-flopping. So after I got my best time lapse criteria, I was able to see both Husky and Lincoln time lapse, where you see the construction and through the different seasons, the snow and a little bit of orange sky, and then you have the building there, and a fast forward within a minute or 90 seconds. So for those who did not get to see that webcam, I know Lou always talks about it and Chris always talks about it, but I did not know about this time lapse feature. So I encourage everybody to really check it out and see how we're really building things from the ground up, literally, in a very exciting way. So thank you for doing that. And I really hope we keep a record of that after the project is over. We need to really archive it somewhere so it doesn't disappear when the webcam's out.
And then for board members, we will be sending out another date for you to have the opportunity to do some touring. So as these projects continue to move forward, we want to make sure that you have the chance to get out and see the progress again.
Awesome, thank you. All right, with that, seeing any further questions of the report? All right, seeing none, we have Adams Elementary Summer 2021 bid package. Do we have any questions to staff about this package? And it is for action.
Actually, I did have one more question on the bond report.
Please go ahead.
And this is probably a Dale question, although it could be a Kim question too. So, Dale, you've been very gracious in educating the board on how seismic retrofits are implemented, and in particular on, a stick-built buildings, like all what those retrofits look like. And in the report, there are some seismic retrofits going in at CV. And I'm just curious, how is that different for a steel and concrete constructed building? And I think there was a mention of a shear wall. And I'm just curious, how is it different within that type of construction?
Sure, there's a lot more steel involved. In fact, at CV, they're gonna most likely have to pop some holes in the roof to lower some big columns through to get them in place. So really, when you see a building like that, just know that there's going to be a lot more structural steel involved in those connections. And like even a wood frame building, they go around the perimeter and tie the roof to the walls in a much more substantial fashion. But really, that steel is the biggest differentiator.
Okay, so basically putting essentially I-beams or driving those down into the ground of.
Their footings clear on down, correct.
Okay.
And Vince, the concrete part of it is really about that concrete fascia that runs around the outside of the building. Make sure that it has the rebar and the connections that it needs to have to not fall in the event of a seismic event. And so we've done a lot of destructive testing to check that out. We did that on the back over by the CTE building where it was going to already be replaced, and found that a lot of the connections are in good shape.
Thank you, Kim. And that reminds me that we're doing that those attachments of those concrete spandrels in lots of places around the campus where egress is important.
Great, thanks for that explanation.
All right, any questions on the report or the package, the bid package for Adams Elementary? The chair would like to entertain a motion. It's on page 348 out of 500 or something. Vince, what's your motion?
So I move to authorize staff to execute a contract with EC Electric for the Adams ES Summer 2021 bid package in the amount of $390,270.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Right. Is there any discussion in the motion? Seeing there's no further discussion, it's been moved to authorize staff to execute the contract with EC Electric for Adams ES Summer 2021 bid package in the amount of $390,270. All those in favor signify by aye. Director Adams, what's your vote?
Aye.
Director Conroy,
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald,
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Whitebear.
Aye.
Chair Latrobe votes aye, passes unanimously. And next item on the agenda is Winaha Group Fee Amendment. Is there any questions for staff about the proposed action, or is there a motion? Vince, what's your motion?
So I move to authorize staff to execute amendment number 3 to the professional services agreement with Wenaha Group for the construction management services, furnishings procurement, and move coordination in the amount of $1,628,27 and authorize the allocation of bond reserves in the amount of $1.8 million to cover this amendment and increases the bond program administration.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, we have a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion on the motion, we'll be voting. Director Conroy,
Aye.
Director Adams,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Director Wybear,
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald,
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Passes unanimously. All right, we are 4 minutes ahead of schedule, and I want to give you the option to have a break for 5 or 10 minutes right now, or wait through their school renaming presentation and recommendation. I would recommend right now, is there any objections for 5 or 10 minutes? What would you like, 5 or 10? All right, I see a 5 here. So if there's no objection on 5 minutes, we will be standing in recess for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 8:03. The board is reconvening from recess, and the next item on the agenda is the school renaming recommendation from Superintendent Ryan Nuss. Ryan?
Thanks, board. I have a presentation for you. So a slide deck here that I'm gonna, that Parker's gonna bring up, that I'll walk you through, in addition to the report that was provided in the packet with my recommendations. So can we go to the next one? So this is language directly from that resolution that was adopted by the board. Our community and nations feature requires that systemic racial oppression be dismantled and that the removal of a historical figure's name from a building does not constitute erasure from history, but a conscious choice to amplify those societal values that must be taken into the future to promote equity and ensure all children are able to thrive and grow. Next slide. So again, just to recap where we're headed and where my recommendation comes from. So the task force had 3 charges: to review the names of all district schools and buildings, to recommend names to the superintendent for the schools formerly known as Hoover, Jefferson, and Wilson Elementary, and 3, determine whether to replace the names of any other school, district schools or buildings, and recommend names to the superintendent as needed. And so we convened a task force to work on those 3 key charges from that came from your resolution. Task force members, again, I want to take a moment just to thank the task force members that participated. 14 members in the committee, including students, community members, and parents and guardians. And the group was inclusive of individuals with diverse perspectives and racial identities, and that was a priority for member selection. And again, the group expanded the number of meetings that they held together in order to, one, create space together, focusing on the fact that we're in Zoom land. How do we build community, and how as a committee or task force do we work together to come forward with strong recommendations? Next slide. So again, a process overview. Again, this is just to refamiliarize the board with how we got to this point. There were 10 task force meetings held virtually. Dr. Melanie Quemps and Bobby Daniels were our consultants. They attended all the meetings along with the task force members. Again, they were originally planning to meet October through December, but then those meetings extended into January. And that was a decision made by the task force to continue to move forward with the work. And it allowed more time to conduct research on potential names and to allow additional time for public input. It was the information from the public was outward facing through our district website, October through mid-December, gathering suggestions and feedback on potential names. The district staff compiled the results and shared that with the task force. So all the names that were brought forward by the community were then brought forward to the task force. And all those names were reviewed as the task force narrowed the number of names down to in the 20s versus in the hundreds. Also, there was additional input that was provided through our district equity leadership team advisory, our Delta group, that is primarily made up of parents of color who have worked with us over the last 5 years. Our SAFE group, Students Advocating for Equity, those groups of students, in fact, one of their teacher leaders was recognized with a golden apple, Isley Dumble. That group also had an opportunity to provide input to the work of the task force. And we also sent out a survey to students across the district. So again, a number of ways that folks were able to provide input, either through recommendations of names, through the completion of surveys, through small groups coming together and reviewing the process and the recommendations. So again, one of the pieces that the task force continued to go back to was the criteria set by the board. So in that resolution, there was the language that I shared earlier about the purpose of the renaming, but also the criteria that the task force was held to in terms of their recommendations, both in terms of the schools, the three names that I'm bringing forward in terms of a recommendation for Jaguar, Husky, and Wildcat, but also in a process of reviewing other building or school names within our school district. So that tight alignment continued to be in place from what the board first took action on, to what the task force reviewed, to the recommendations they brought to me that I am now bringing forward to you. So here's a list of those recommended names that the task force took time to narrow a list of close to 100 names down to these names. Some really incredible people in this list with incredible stories and areas that our students could learn so much from and become be so empowered by. And so it has been a challenge in a lot of ways to look at some incredible stories and some incredible people and narrow to a recommendation of 3 names for you tonight. One of the things I would also highlight is as we move forward, these names will be held. The historical research that's been done associated with those names will be held as we continue our review. These are names you can always go back to and consider in the future. So again, based on that criteria that you brought up through the resolution, the task force identified a number of buildings in our district that there should be more consideration related to renaming. But they either didn't meet, according to the task force, one criteria or multiple criteria. And so their recommendation was to bring those names back to you in consideration of future renaming or renaming each one of these buildings. That again goes back to the prerogative of the board, but based on the information they had, they felt like these names needed greater consideration. In addition, in my recommendation, I would recommend a historical review. That has been a really important piece of this process, and I think it's something that should maintain consideration for you. Next slide, please. And so of those, the task force recommended a list of 22 names for consideration. They also recommended further biographical research. So one of the next steps that I took was to connect with historians at Oregon State for those 22 names to be reviewed in greater detail, and also to look at those names in regards to the criteria set forth from the board. Another really important process. While the task force was very thoughtful and intentional and took time, it was important to also have a historian review those names to make sure that we understood the story and that the story aligned with those priorities that you listed out in terms of your criteria. Again, historical research, and then looking at those names through that criteria. And again, making sure that with a university in our backyard, that we're connecting there in this process. Next slide. So I bring to you the recommendation of, from those 22 names, 3 individuals for your consideration for the renaming of the 3 schools, Husky, Wildcat, and Jaguar. The first one being Bessie Coleman. Bessie Coleman was an African-American woman who earned her pilot's license. One of the things that's notable is, of the many things that are notable, is that she learned French and went to France to become a pilot because she wasn't able to become a pilot at home. She went through that process, and also throughout her life focused on flight as well as civil rights and racial justice. So that's Bessie Coleman. I'm going to do just sort of a short intro on each one of these three women. At the same time, I want you to remember that in your packet is a historical review, the report from the OSU historians on all of 22 people, and specifically on the three names that I'm bringing forward in my recommendation. Next, please. Catherine Harrison for Jaguar Elementary. Catherine was born in Corvallis in 1924. She is currently 97 years old and living in Salem. Catherine has great connection to this area. She actually started school here in Corvallis. One of the things that's really powerful about Catherine's story is that she helped in the she helped two tribes through restoration, both the Grand Ronde and the Siletz tribes. She had a personal connection based on her parents to the two tribes, and so she has played a vital role in Oregon history and the history of the Siletz and Grand Ronde tribes here in Oregon. So again, someone that I am really excited to bring forward to you based on her accomplishments and her story. And the third name I'm going to bring forward to you is Letitia Carson. Letitia was an African-American woman, an Oregon pioneer. She exercised the right to claim land as a woman and a Black person to build heritage for her children. And so she has a connection to place and her connection to Oregon, and someone who has also faced adversity, racism, and has done some incredible things. So all three names of these incredible women I bring to you for consideration for the renamings of those three schools. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, again, there's a report that is accompanying this presentation. And the next step for the board would be to come forward at their meeting in August and in September with a resolution for a first and second reading for the renaming of these three schools. I would also make one other recommendation to you based on the renaming of other buildings in our school district. The process has been incredible. It's also been time intensive. And so my recommendation is not to do a number of renamings all at one time. My recommendation to you is to move in a methodical process, which would include historical review on each individual school, but one at a time. So we would start the renaming process for one building, go through that process, and then make a decision on a name before moving on to any other schools. So my recommendation at this time would be to start with Dixie School, which is where our early childhood special education program is on Peoria Road. And I would recommend that that's the next building that we look at with the intention of doing a historical review in anticipation of renaming, rather than to open up a number of buildings all at one time. So again, my two recommendations are the three names that I brought forward coming back in first and second read in August and September. It gives us a chance to share their powerful stories, and it also gives us an opportunity to hear from the community. And then my second recommendation is that we move forward with looking at Dixie as the first school for consideration beyond the first three that were included in your resolution. So that concludes my presentation to you, and I would open it up for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ryan. Really appreciate you taking the lead on this really exciting process. And I want to just start with the future is going to be very bright with names that our students will look up to. This is something that will outlive us, the inspiration of these names, and this process and the learning out of it is going to be there for generations to come. It's definitely something that will be a highlight of our careers combined, everybody who contributed to that. Special thanks to you, to the staff, the committee, the task force members, and also to the community and board members, this board that was that's had the courage to say we need to do this work. So with that, I would like to open up for questions or comments. Vince?
So I also want to express my sincere appreciation for you taking the lead on this and being bold in leading it, to the task force and all the people who put in the long hours of making that go, the students that were involved. I'm just really delighted. I mean, when I got the idea for the resolution, I didn't realize it would be this good, but this is exactly the type of outcome I was hoping for. So I'm really happy with where we're at. I really appreciate the historical research. What a wonderful report. What a great gift to give to our community. That is going to have life beyond the school district. I can see other members of other entities in our community using that as a touchstone for who do we need to talk to? Who do we need to celebrate in our past and in our history? So I'm really, really happy with that. I completely agree with your proposed timeline for the board. I think that we need to take a pause and let the community, look at these names, look at these people, and see what this outcome means, and provide input. I agree with taking each school in turn. It's just been a tremendous amount of effort, and I completely understand that it does take time. And so getting it right is by far more important than going fast. So if we need to do it one at a time, it's completely appropriate. And I feel a little reproachful about not, picking up on the Dixie name. It was an oversight initially, and but I'm glad that it's teed up to be our first one that we'll take up as we go forward. So thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who was involved in this process and bringing us to this point. I'm immensely proud and delighted.
Thank you. And I, again, also want to recognize Lou as the liaison to this task force. She attended all the meetings alongside some pretty incredible people and engaged in that dialogue and discourse, and really helped to solidify the vision written into the resolution and maintaining that connection between the resolution and the work. And I think that that's one of those opportunities where you see a board member who has been involved in the conversation that led to, and also being able to support people working towards. And so that was an important piece as well. So thanks, Lou.
With that, Lou, you're next.
Oh, look at that. Thanks, Ryan. And I did want to thank the board for trusting me with that responsibility. I didn't take that lightly, being the liaison. It's and just wanted to echo the appreciation for the community engagement, not just from the task force, especially of the task force, but there was also quite a bit of engagement from the community through the process too, like through emails, through recommendations, through the surveys with the teachers doing things on their own. I was just, I was surprised, pleasantly surprised at what happened through this process, and seeing how beautiful it was. And I know I've described it in that way before, of the community engagement, and just really thankful that we took the time to do this. And it's been like almost like this entire academic year, right? Because that was last August when we voted on it. So it's been a whole academic year. So I don't think anything's been done hastily. It's been done thoughtfully and with time. And just like, I wanted to point out a couple of things. I know it's in the written part, but Bessie Coleman was also Native American. And I think that's a really good story to make sure to continue to tell, like, that shared heritage and background. And the significance that Ryan spoke to, just one moment, so I'm at home, so there's a balloon in the background. But with Catherine Harrison, the significance of helping restore 2 tribes, I hope the community's able to learn more about what that means to have your entire nationhood stripped from you, and to have that that not just to help one tribe be restored, but two is remarkable. The Siletz tribe was the first tribe in Oregon that was restored and got their sovereignty back as a sovereign nation, and the second in the whole nation. And that's pretty significant for our local histories and national histories as well. And also just how powerful it is that you're recommending 3 women. There's currently no schools named after women here in Corvallis, and I think that that's a huge step forward for us as a community as well. I think my only question I have really is about the research pieces. And I understand taking it slow, one school at a time. I kind of feel like a lot of the in-depth research that needed to happen was on the recommended names to ensure that they met the criteria. I'm not sure how much digging is going to need to happen on some of the other recommendations. So I kind of was a little bit curious about what that looked like to you, or if you're asking us to come up with that process of what it looks like to us. And then I'll probably have a follow-up after that.
Yeah, so I feel like bringing this report back to you and my recommendations to you are, it's pretty clear in policy that this is the role of the board. And so I wouldn't want to move forward without having a strong understanding from the board, whether or not it's my recommendation to move, if it's following my recommendation to move forward and how to move forward, or if it's not. I think that's something that the board will want to have in terms of some conversation and deliberation. What I would say that I learned was that by going through the process of that historical review, it was a piece that provided some insights that we didn't have, that the task force didn't necessarily have. And I think that that was really important. In fact, I can think of a name that was under consideration that in the report, there were some questions that were brought up about that person. And I think that that may have, it may have changed my recommendation potentially. So I just think it's important that we look at each one of these individuals and through multiple points of view.
Okay, so you're more talking about the list of names that the task force narrowed down. That you're talking about, or are you talking about the other?
The others. Yeah, the other part, because we now have a review of the 23 names from the task force.
Okay, yeah, that's where I was kind of wondering about with that, if it was, because I was like, I thought they already did that, but
I guess I didn't understand your question. Yeah. So we have we have information aligned with the criteria you set for those 23 names. What we don't have is, so as the example, I'm recommending we review Dixie. I'm wondering how that name came to be. I have some assumptions about that, but I'd like to have greater clarity about that. And I think that would behoove the board to have that information as you decide what to do with it.
Okay, great. So what you're recommending as in the closing of the presentation is that if we do, I think the timeline is recommended all the way in September to have a potential vote on the whole everythings. That if we do choose to go with the recommendation of the task force for additional names, that we do another review on top of what the task force did for every name.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I do have a lot of questions about that, but I will save them because I know other people have questions.
Yeah, let's do a round robin first with Sarah and then Jay. Sarah?
Yeah, so the work that has gone into this, and this is the second time tonight that we have a committee that met to do work for our school district and has ended up doing more meetings and doing more than was initially part of their charter. So the amount of community dedication that we're seeing in things we're discussing this evening is really impressive and gratifying that people are willing to do this work for our community and for our school district. The document that's in the board information tonight is something that was a fabulous read and history lesson. Some of these were people that I knew of, but I learned something about them that I didn't know, and some of them were people I'd never heard of. And so I strongly encourage the community to read through that because it's some impressive names and impressive people that's worth knowing about. I agree with this. I would like to look closer at the other names in our district. I think some of them, some of the criteria was, it's not a woman. And so we now have 3 schools potentially named after women and 7 that are named after men. So we're not quite at parity yet, but I think that may be a less serious consideration moving forward. But I also strongly agree that the Dixie School is one we need to consider carefully renaming because it's clearly a name that brings up a lot of problems. And it's not a building we think about often because when we're talking about our schools, it's not on our list of schools. It's just it's on the list of buildings we own. But I think it's worth renaming potentially. So mostly my comments are that I really appreciate this work and the dedication that's gone into it and the impressive work of all the community members who volunteered and stepped up and took part.
Jake?
Just a couple of comments and then a question that might help anyone who's listening as a public person that hasn't seen the report. I appreciate, as a history teacher / person of interest that loves history, I really appreciate the work done by the committee. I love the fact that there are 3 women and that they come from Native American background, and in the case of Coleman, of Letitia, Letitia, a person who's of color. My question goes back to, in your remarks, Ryan, you talked about Bessie Coleman, a pilot, a Native American, and for the public, do you have a connection that you would make for them with respect? The other 2 are clearly Oregon connected. Do you have a connection for Oregon for her, or is it just her other background?
Yeah, I don't have an Oregon connection for her. Her powerful story. And
Exactly.
also, yeah.
Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you very much for the hard work.
Yep.
All right, any further questions? I don't see new hands up, so Lou?
Okay,
Yeah.
so I wanted to make sure that I didn't take up all the space with a question. I'm just thinking about process and the criteria that was selected for the recommendations of additional school names, and thinking ahead about the toll that can take on primarily people from historically marginalized backgrounds, people of color, folk that could be negatively impacted by some of the conversations and hearing one of the criteria try to be justified that disqualified them, because one of the, I know that, I can't remember if it's in the packet, I'm sorry, because I was trying to flip through again, but of what's up on the public page of the task force, but knowing that being a woman not being a woman was not a disqualifier, that was a preference thing. And so that's not part of the criterias of why people would be recommended to the name to be changed. It wasn't because they were men, it was primarily one of the criterias. And so that's where my only hesitation is, of like how many times we're going to ask the same community to potentially hear justification for really racist behavior. I don't know. I just have to be like really upfront about it. People should know that about me, but I was trying to dance around it, but for basically for racist behavior. And so that's where I do have a little bit of concern for the communities that are impacted negatively by racism, if that makes sense. And so having a process span over several years, perhaps, of engaging in that same conversation over and over again, I do have a little bit of concern about that. And I just wanted to name that up front. I know we're not making a decision today, but something for us to consider in the coming months as we come back to this conversation of what we're asking the community to also have potentially go through. I guess that wasn't a question, it was more of a concern, a stated concern.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So probably I want to speak to the process as it stands right now. There's no action we need to make. However, to highlight to the community, this is the time where we receive a recommendation, deliberate, process it in public. And the time over the summer is really valuable for us to engage with the community. Maybe if we have at least show our intention to move forward with the recommendation, is that something we're looking forward to, so we can prepare for 3 resolutions, or is that even still premature to do that?
I think that if the intention is to move forward based on the recommendation, that would, if I had that understanding, then we could work to put together a resolution for a first read for the first meeting, the business meeting in August. If the sense was that your recommendation is way off, Ryan, that would be important for me to know, because I wouldn't necessarily be doing that. Again, I feel like I'm providing you with a report based on the resolution that you adopted. How you want to move forward is, again, the board's prerogative. But if the board is leaning towards moving forward with any of those recommendations, it would be helpful to understand that.
Certainly. So with that, I want to lean on my colleagues on the board and here, is there any concerns that we proceed with the 3 recommended names and draft a resolution with the understanding we will receive them as a first read? So this will include some board and staff time to prepare the resolution. Do we have the intention to move forward with those 3 names for the schools, Jaguar, Wildcat, and Husky? And I see Therese and Jay's hands are up. Therese?
I think Jay's hand's still
up. Okay.
Thanks, Sammy. Is it my turn? Did I catch that?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. I will just say ditto to all of the comments preceding regarding the amount of work and the community dedication that went into this process. I share Lou's concern about the having this be a very prolonged process. I know that even just the initial discussion about the undertaking of doing this brought about significant community discussion, some of it quite painful to navigate. And so I think that if it's clear from the committee that they think we have names in our school district that should come under review, I'm not saying we change all of them in 1 year. I am suggesting that 1 review per year means this is, like a nearly decade-long process. And I don't see that being good for our community. So I would like to hear, or maybe a rationale for how we might group them. Perhaps there's a logical reason to tackle particular names as a set, as we did in this resolution. Although I'll be honest, I don't know. I'm not at the moment really able to quite conjure the harm in saying, let's do this. I'm open to hearing that there may in fact be some drawbacks to doing that. I can't think of them on my own. So if the others have insight on that, I would absolutely welcome hearing that. So the names themselves, I have no objection to moving forward with those. I would like to have greater discussion about proceeding with remaining names in the community.
Thank you, Therese. Next is Vince.
So I think we have a two-part process, and we're finishing up the first part. And the board took the initiative in the first part in selecting which schools would be renamed. And I think that maybe that's what we're bumping up against in the second part, is that the board has not been clear in the criteria for how we're going to evaluate the existing individuals for whom the remaining schools are named. And I think that that's probably going to need to be done before we proceed. I think that will speed up the process because it'll provide the superintendent and staff the structure that is needed to actually do that evaluative process. I think, Brian has brought up the question of doing historical research, and I think that will need to be done on each of those individuals. But there's no criteria that they don't know how to judge that, and that's roundly in the realm of the board. So I think that that's something that the board will need to do before staff can proceed with this. Once that's said, then I don't think there will be less processing in the community. The criteria will be clear. And so that we'll have that one conversation. And then once the criteria is set, then staff can go ahead and proceed with the process. And I think it'll probably be a little more clear, a little more quick, hopefully.
Vince, could you clarify what you refer to as criteria right now? How different is it from the original criteria of the resolution that we use to evaluate new names for the 3 schools and
Right.
For all the existing names?
So the criteria that was in the resolution was for proposed names to replace for replacement names. But the board, when we evaluated the names, we did that internally. We as individuals went and did our own research and edified ourselves on the history of the 3 individuals question, and then we're able to make a decision. We're now asking the staff to do that for us, to do that research and make a recommendation to replace a name or not. And the task force has already done that to a certain degree. But what I'm hearing from staff is that there needs to be deeper research on these individuals. And I think that they need the support of some of the criteria on how to do that evaluation. What is the intent of the board? What is the intent of the community? So it's the other side of the equation.
It's basically the 3 lines that we wrote about the former presidents that we evaluated.
Correct.
That's the process that's probably the task force implicitly engaged in. Well, they engaged in it really deliberately by using the criteria that we provided for the new names.
We continue to, as I said in my compliments to Lou, that the resolution was the framework and the structure for the conversations and the decision making.
Right on. Wonderful. Lou, and then I think Therese, your hands are still up or for a new round. So we'll go with Lou first. All right.
Okay, so I think that this is where I think we're maybe, I don't know what the right word is. The resolution and the criteria that was set in it last year, the resolution 20-0801 actually told the task force how to select and what to use as criteria. I don't understand why we would need to come up with new criteria. That's where I'm getting a little bit confused. There's already been a process. We asked the task force, and this is I know I've been to all the meetings, so they went over it every meeting, or not every meeting, almost every meeting. This is the role, is to look at these names, come up with 3 names, and use this criteria that we as the board established with that resolution to evaluate the other school names. And so I feel like the task force did this already. And that's where I'm getting a little bit confused and why I keep asking, because there is one disqualifier in the whole resolution that has been used to help with this process. And I'm having a hard time understanding the amount of staffing and historic research we would need to invest in reviewing their recommendations that they've already made based on that criteria. And let me give you an example. It's going to be hard for community members. It'll be hard for me as well to hear somebody come up and like say, well, this person may have committed all this genocide that we went through this conversation last year when we had this with the resolution, but they also did this. And so that's where I'm seeing a historic review process with the names that are presented are going to could cause that tension of like, if they use this and there's documentation, the task force looked at documentation through numerous places, not just like one Google search or anything that supported that decision. And now we're asking for somebody else to review that decision, which I understand, but I think the amount of process and the emotional toll it's going to take on certain community members is what I'm having a hard time with, because I know how that's going to land for folk if we're hearing people that have actually done some pretty perfect things and it come back and be like, well, they also did this. Does that make, I hope this is making sense where I'm coming from. And it's very clear in the resolution what that disqualifier is for some of the names to be considered for a rename. And so that's where I think we're kind of in a spot where we're actually, I don't know, I think we should just follow the resolution and believe in the community that put all this labor into the task force recommendations. And I don't know how much more digging we need to do on some of this. I know some of them would be good to kind of come up with like the history of why, but I think that the rationale of why they're making that recommendation is pretty clear.
Thank you, Lou. I'll go through the sequence, but Ryan, feel free to interject if you have any comments. After Lou, we have Therese, and then Jay, and then Vince. Therese?
Yeah, thank you. So I don't want to be repetitive from Lou's comments. I'll try to add something new, but they are in a similar vein. My assumption, maybe I am wrong, this would be a great moment to learn that, is that the task force would not have made the recommendation to consider these names if they did not think that the broader context of the resolution they were given seemed applicable. So maybe that's a question we need to take back to the task force, but my sense is that it would be appropriate to interpret if they've been given a resolution and the resolution has called out particular rationale for why we're taking this action. And their assessment is, we did this with these 3 schools, and we also think you should do that here. It seems inconsistent to think they've applied a different rationale. So I feel really comfortable saying if the task force reviewing the 3 schools, selecting names for the 3 schools that were called out in the resolution, also think it's applicable to the other schools, I don't think we need to call that into question. The only question, in my opinion, the only question for the board is, the only questions for the board is, 1, do we trust that the task force did their job? If the answer to that is yes, we go with their recommendation. And is there some particular reason why within the board, someone would like to suggest that something on that list ought to be exempt from the criteria of the original resolution? I certainly can understand asking for it to be articulated how through the perspective of the task force, those names were landed on. Maybe that is what we mean by historical review. Can we come up with a sentence about why we're recommending taking Garfield's name off the school? I'm okay with that. I think that's reasonable. But to say we should undertake an entire review of those names, I think that's a disservice to the hard work the task force has already done. We gave them some initial parameters. They came back and said this plus more. And I don't see any reason why we should ask any group to come in and redo all of that work.
Right. I would like to maybe give Ryan
Yeah.
a little bit of opportunity to explain the rationale about the process of the next steps.
So my recommendation was not to do a whole nother process. We went through the same undertaking with the names that I just brought forward. So we did that. The task force identified the 23 names. And then I reached out to historians at OSU to do a historical review and answer this and look at the same criteria. And that's that report. My recommendation is to do the same thing. It's not to do more or less, it's basically to follow that same process, and also recognizing the scope of work and the time and attention that takes, that be a consideration of the board. I also hear Lou's perspective about how often and how frequently do we want to have these conversations as a community, and who does that impact? I totally get that, and I hear that. And if the board says we want to, do this historical review once, then that's what I move forward with. My concern is that again, just based on scope of work.
So can I just ask a clarifying question on this historical review? So you're talking about undertaking an historical review of the names that were proposed. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
We already did it for the names that are proposed.
Okay.
Saying that the committee did not do that. I will speak for myself. I have not done the same thing with the school names for consideration of renaming beyond Wildcat, Husky, and Jaguar.
So when we're talking about a historical review, are we talking about a historical review of the names of the schools that are being proposed to be changed? Or reviewing that's what we're talking about, right? Yes, am I understanding that correctly? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Then I stand by my initial statement that I think that the task force already did that. I don't think they would make the recommendation of those names if they didn't think that the criteria of the resolution applied to those names. Does the recommendation from the task force say we suggest that you look at these? Or does it say we think that these names? I guess that's what I would want to see. Can someone read the specific reference to the names of the other schools? What exactly does the task force say? I don't have it in front of me. I can find it, but if someone happens to have it readily available, I'm just curious, what is it they're recommending? Because I guess I took it to mean they were saying, we think you should change these names.
They are recommending that you change those names based on the criteria set forth in the resolution.
Okay, so then I'm going to say, and then I'll stop. Then yes, I absolutely think we already tasked a group of people with vetting names, with looking at the historical context and deciding how to move forward. And that same group of people has said, we think that it applies. We think that we should do that with these schools as well. And I'm not sure why we would then want to open up a big conversation about the merits of how good or not good Lincoln is, or does he get a pass because of his role in ending the legal recognition of slavery, because that was a good thing, but he owned some slaves early on in his career, so that's a bad thing. These are important conversations, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, that they're not important. I'm saying that we started this dialogue, and some people that we trusted with the process have given us a direction that they think we ought to go. And I think the discussion to have really should be just, do we think that the task force did its job? And if they did its job, and if we stand behind the original resolution, then I would think that we could extend the same logic here. I'll stop now because I'm not saying anything new.
All right, you want to clarify, respond, or shall I go?
I don't think so.
All right, so next is Jay and Sarah. Vince, one.
No.
All right, so Jay and then Sarah.
So I'd like to clarify where we are and then make a comment. I think that what you are looking for is, number one, should we move forward on these three names? And that sounds fine to me. Number two, what should be the process for considering review of other names? And it's everything I can do to almost go, you've got to be kidding me. This group spent 9 days, listened to 9 days of community people from the middle of August till the next week in August. And that is not dialogue. And I respect Lou's comment that says those kinds of dialogues can be painful if people say, well, it's true that he did this, but he also had some really good things about him. But that dialogue never took place in those 8 days. We took 150 emails and then said, we want those 3 names taken off. There was no opportunity for historical review of why a school board ever named them or what benefits those guys might have brought to the community for some reason that they were chosen to be named, or even if they weren't community people, why they were picked. I told you at the time, I'm not fans of Wilson, I'm not fans of Hoover, but I think we could have a discussion, a dialogue, and it should not be foreclosed because we in 8 days or 9 days foreclosed it on these 3 names. I think to do it again is just to insult the good people of our community, say, you can't have a good discussion about the merits of someone. There are no saints. I'm sure if you look back on these 3 people, they have problems in their life that may not be good. Racism might not be at the center, but to say that some form of racial problem with any named person, Garfield, Lincoln, Franklin, I don't know, other names that we've got. I think that's one mistake we've made, going too fast, too quickly on these names. And I would not be in favor of a process that says we've already made our decision. Racism is the central factor. If there's any evidence of racism in the past, they don't get to, their names have to be gone. And we're not going to take public input. We're going to trust a group of people who took our own criteria and then used it. To me, it's circling the wagons around a 9-day experience that I don't think was fair and I don't think is good community engagement. I'm not interested in people sounding off and saying racism is okay, but I'm also not in favor of saying we already had this discussion and we're done. Thank you.
Jay, do you mind clarifying? I just want to make sure you summarized with, how do you stand about the recommendation? Or how do you feel about the recommendation of the remaining 7 names, or the recommended 7 names to change? Do you support or not? I'm not sure if I understood where you stand.
I'm not sure what you're asking. I'll try to clarify again. I think that if we are going to change the names of other schools, it is a good idea to engage in dialogue about what is the problem. Do some historical research. Why did a school board ever come up with those names? What's wrong with those names? And what are the negatives? And then, by the way, engage in dialogue to say, and what are the positives? And to say that if it involves any form or some form or a serious form of racism, we should take them out. That denies the community a chance to talk. So my point was, I thought that we were going to tackle Dixie, which would be a great opportunity to discuss why in the world would we name a school Dixie? And it is insulting. And so is there any merit? And let's have that, the word dialogue, and go forward. And then I heard Lou say, but we can't keep having these dialogues. And I'm saying, I think that we owe the community an opportunity to be heard on this, not just go by I'll call it circle the wagon. The deal is done back in August of 2020. So
thank you.
Does that clarify?
I believe so. So Sarah and then Lou. Sarah?
Yeah, I think my concern comes from the fact that there's the report that we got to read has a list of names for consideration to also be removed we have this really in-depth, fabulous background that explains, for some people why they are great names. And there are some other people who, maybe that research eliminated them from consideration. And we don't have the same clarity I'm not saying that the committee didn't do it. I'm sure they did do the research that led them to come up with that list of names that should be considered. But I think if we're going to have a list of names we want to consider for naming, that has that we have the clear information about where those people meet criteria and where they may not. It would be nice to see the same criteria there for the names that we're reconsidering for other names. And I'm not saying that the committee didn't do it. I'm saying that we and the public who's reading that report don't see that information and that work, which makes that, the justification of those names being on the list a little bit unclear.
Thank you, Lou.
Couple of things. One, this isn't like a really quick conversation. This has been going, this is a literal dialogue that's been happening with the community for a whole academic year. The task force was as transparent as possible. Like all the notes, the slides are all on the district webpage. And so this should not be surprising or shocking to anybody. And there may be some things that need to get filled in. I haven't really looked at the slide notes, but there's definitely a lot of documentation about the process and notes of the themes of the conversation on the webpage that's available for anybody to see. And so I want to make sure that people know that that information's been available for the past few months even. Like the last thing that's uploaded, of course, is from the last meeting in January. So the past half year, that information has also been available and there's been announcements and everything. So this isn't an attempt to silence community. It's unfortunate that it's being framed that way. And with my recommendation, or I didn't even recommend, I said I want us to think about it as we are processing all of this over the next few months, right? Nobody proposed anything. So that's my first comment. And my second comment is that I would like a public apology from Director Jay Conroy for using overt racist language towards me right now by referencing circling the wagon twice. That is an overt statement against Indigenous people that has been used historically and contemporarily. And as a colleague and a board member that the community trusts and asks for me to be here in these meetings, I should not have to put up with overt racism from a colleague. And I would like a public apology.
Thank you, Lou. And
Can I respond, Sammy?
yes, please, Jay, and direct the comments to the chair.
So I absolutely am sorry that I used that phrase. It's not intended to be overt racism or unintentional racism. What I'm intending to say was, if we establish some criteria in a short period of time and then use that criteria to then advance the same discussion of the other schools, that's not fair to a full discussion and dialogue. It wraps the decision of moving forward in the criteria that we set up for 3 schools in the same criteria for the rest. And that was what my intent was, wrapping around a protective barrier that we can't go back and discuss the relative weight of some racist behavior or some other improper behavior that that would be overbalanced by something good, positive, enduring, valuable. And so that was meant, my sheltering of those criteria should not be passed forward. Circling the wagon was a wrong statement. I don't mean to make any sort of racist behavior attitude towards it. So I'm sorry, Lou, you're a good person. I didn't mean it to offend you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Jay. Any further comments? Just want to take some moments. It's really hard to navigate this conversation. So I really apologize myself as well, because we need to make sure everybody feel comfortable engaging in this conversation. And I know it's traumatic to navigate the way that it is right now. So I want to acknowledge that, recognize that. Being mindful of that first, and also of our time. Do we feel comfortable to conclude with this discussion, or is there any board members who would like to provide any comments? I want to provide space to anyone who want to share.
Well, I think Ryan is the superintendent is seeking some direction on how to proceed over the next couple months. With your indulgence, I'd propose a motion to help him with that, at least with the first part of the resolution work. I think that the board is struggling with the second part of that, with the subsequent names that need to be addressed. I think that's a conversation that the board's going to need to continue and process that. So then I move that the board direct the superintendent to proceed with the creation of resolutions for the proposed renamings of Husky, Wildcat, and Jaguar schools.
As recommended.
As recommended.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion on the motion? Therese?
I don't know if this is discussion on the motion. I'm having a difficult time moving beyond that was a challenging, you're right, Sammy, you named it. It's challenging. This is not a great environment to be trying to have this kind of exchange. So all that I just want to say is I hear and I appreciate, first I want to say to Lou that I am both grateful and also a little bit heartbroken that you needed to ask that to happen in this meeting. And so I'll just stop with that. I'm grateful that you did it. I'm sad that it needed to happen. Not to anyone in particular, but to everyone who is listening. I think the point of that exchange, or what I can take out of that exchange, is that it really doesn't matter in terms of the wound inflicted if the racism is intentional. I hear very much Jay saying, that's not what I meant. And I'm sorry, because that's not the message that I want to send. I hear that. And to that I say, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a wound there. And I think that the whole reason why this resolution was so important, and why the work of the task force is valuable, and why as a community, we must find a way to recognize the voice of the community members who responded, is that's the reason, accidental, unintentional, or otherwise, these wounds are real and we have a responsibility. And so I don't know how to move forward, because I'm still not really clear exactly what it is that we are saying we are giving the superintendent direction to do, because my stomach is still back 5 minutes ago at a moment of realizing that we were playing out in real time the whole reason that we need to be doing this work in the first place.
Thank you, Therese. And again, I want to reiterate to your point that it's really hard to navigate a conversation with what's going on right now. I understand. So right now the motion on the floor, I'm not sure if I can do that. It's really Robert's Rules of Order should not be over our emotions and our processing of how we're feeling and how we're navigating this conversation. And I think that's important. With that, I just want to say right now, we have 3 schools that wait for a name. If we would like to move on that, we could spend the summer preparing a resolution, and that's the motion on the floor. Lou, you're up next.
I just wanted to thank my colleagues for pointing out that that what happened in this meeting to me is exactly what I don't want to happen to the community in engaging in these kind of conversations over the span of years. And that's all I was trying to say. And I think it just played out in real time. And I'm having a really hard time. Like, I'm really good about being able to refocus because the amount of stuff I have, I don't know, I don't want to say it in another way, but the amount of things that I have had to endure in my life have made it where I could easily like, let's keep moving, but I'm really having a hard time with that right now. And I wanted to let my colleagues know that. And I seconded the motion because I just want to like move on from this moment. And I don't know if that's the right response, but I want the district to be able to continue to do the work and honor the work of the task force because we trusted them to do that work. And if that means just doing one little step at a time to honor their work, then I'm behind that. And if that's what I seconded, I believe, is that we would move forward those 3 names. I didn't know we were moving anything forward tonight, but if that's what we're doing, then I would hope that we can do it in a good way.
Thank you. Vince?
So point of order, I think that members are distraught and are not, focused on the work at hand. I suggest that the board stand at ease for 5 to 10 minutes. And I'll come back, I'll formally draft this motion. And so members can be clear on what they're making a decision.
Any objection? All right, we're standing at ease for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 9:15. We're in recess. Are our board members ready to come back?
I am not unmuted yet. so. But now you should be able to unmute yourself.
Well, I'll just take this one. All right. We're reconvening from recess. And right now we have a motion on the floor regarding naming the 3 schools. Would Vince read the motion that's on the floor for the record?
So the motion is, I move that the board direct the superintendent to draft resolutions for the renaming of Husky, Wildcat, and Jaguar schools as recommended.
All right, so fellow board members, I would like to ask you for any further discussion on the motion, or we will call for a question if we're comfortable with that. And this is specifically for the 3 schools. Any discussion?
Sam, I have a question of clarification.
Yes.
What we're taking up a motion that was not part of the I guess, quote, regular order of business, but I just want to be sure what we're saying.
Right.
And that is, Vince, you're saying we are asking the superintendent to develop a resolution for a board meeting coming up that would authorize those 3 names. Is that another way of stating what you said?
Yes, that is the intent.
Thank you. That's all I need.
Wonderful, thank you. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Those in favor of the motion, please signify by aye. Director Adams,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Whitebeard,
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Director Conroy,
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald,
Aye.
and Chair Adraba votes aye. With that, the motion passes, and the superintendent will move forward with the process of developing resolutions for the 3 recommended schools. Just want to really reflect on how important this is, and the work and the reports that will go into the record. For me, I tried hard to find out the rationale for some of the schools in our historical records. The work that we were doing here is unprecedented, is a way for us to really do the learning and to value, to really share our values in the renaming of our schools. So really thank you for the board for this work. Next item on the agenda is board policy JBB, racial educational equity, for the 2nd read. This policy was offered to the board for a first read in the last meeting, and now we're asked for an action. And we have Marcianne. Welcome, Marcianne.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. And I would like to ask if staff or Marcianne have any presentation, or we should just go immediately for deliberation and maybe a motion?
The latter.
The latter. So with that, board members, do we have any discussion or motion?
Sorry, I'm raising my hand in the meeting.
All right, Vince.
So I have a motion if you're willing to entertain it.
Yes, what's your motion?
So I move to approve the revised version of policy JBB, racial educational equity as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Just for the record, this is a policy that has been worked on for a very long time, and our board members engaged in professional development process that include a commitment to meet, to navigate the difficult conversations, and to discuss with our students and our staff and community members. I want to highlight the leadership of Marcianne and Ryan in developing this policy in a way that's grounded with our community and their lived experiences, centering race and committing to reverse the racism that is there in our educational institution, in our community. This is a policy that will make a phenomenal change if we commit to it and if we act on it and if we implement it. And we have only one option if we adopt it, is that we do so. With that, I'm really thankful and grateful, and this will be one of the proudest votes for me this year. With that, any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll enter to a vote on board policy JBB, racial educational equity. Director Adams,
Aye.
Director Conroy,
No.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director White Bear,
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald,
Aye.
Chair Abdrabbo votes aye. The motion passes 6-1. Jay,
I would like to explain my vote.
go ahead.
I voted against this, not because I am against the underlying idea of racial equity at all. I loved the equity policy that this policy amends. And I have stated in past meetings that the focus has changed in the revision to focus primarily on race. And my understanding from discussion from the board was because if we fix race, we fix all the other pieces of the equity policy. And I don't think that that's true. And in fact, I think it tends to be divisive. And so I am not against at all racial equity and a focus in our district on improving equity for all people. But I really would rather have supported the old policy and said, let's live and work and build and revise and review all our work based on that equity lens from that policy. I thought that was good work done by a prior board not that long ago. And so it's just the focus on race is one that I think is takes away from that. So that was just my explanation.
Thank you, Jay. Lou?
I was just going to ask for a point of order if we could not have racist comments brought up anymore in our meeting. That'd be appreciated.
Absolutely.
'Cause you can't really support racial equity work and vote against a racial equity policy and try to justify it with coded language. I don't think that's appropriate for our community to need to sit through and listen to.
I have a point of clarification, Sammy.
Jay, what's your point of clarification?
So Lou, would you clarify, or Director Lou?
Sorry,
would you-
sorry, Jay, just I'm going to shift it to make sure you address the comments to the chair.
I'm asking. Okay, I'm asking for clarification if Director Whitebear was saying that my comments now about this are inappropriate or my circle the wagon, because I'd like to talk about circle the wagon if I could.
Director White Bear, would you like to respond, and please direct your response to the chair?
Chair, I do not wish to engage in this conversation and respectfully decline comment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, with that, we're going to move forward for Deanne Asoff Memorial Scholarship approval. This is for your action. Basically, this is the next year we're applying for a scholarship, and the application was tentatively submitted to OSBA pending your approval. It will help us to engage with our community members and the public in board work and being more involved in the public engagement process in a way that's deliberative and engaging. We proposed this idea to make sure that we can further our work in education, educational equity, especially racial educational equity as well. With that, the application draft is for your consideration. Is there any motion or discussion on the application? Jay?
I would like to raise a point of order. I asked the chair if I could explain circle the wagon and you went on. Do you want not to talk about that one more time? I'm sorry.
I believe it's not in order, Jay. I'm really sorry. However, we.
Well, let me just
Yeah.
raise a fundamental question, Sammy.
Jay,
I was,
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm going to stick with this right now to make sure
Okay.
that when we reach to board comments, there will be an opportunity, but at this.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
at this stage, I'm sorry. I have to make sure as a point of order, it's about the process, rather than sharing information. And point of clarification, it could be a question that is pertinent to the process. So we answer it so we can move forward with the process. I really hope that you understand, we can't do a point of order with information sharing that's not pertinent to the process. If that's okay with you. All right, with
I'm
that,
ready.
yeah, all right. So with that, we have the ESOP Memorial Scholarship approval. Do we have a motion? And Vince?
So I move to approve participation in the HAP Oregon School Boards Association Diane SF Memorial Scholarship Program.
All right, is there a second?
I second.
On the motion, is there any further discussion? We'll go for unanimous consent. I would expect goes unanimously. Is there any objection to the motion? If you object to the motion, say I object or nay. The motion passes unanimously. All right, next item on the agenda is Board Policy BC-BCA, Board Organization, second reading. Is there any discussion or a motion on the Board Policy BC-BCA, Board Organization? Vince?
So I move to approve the revised version of policy BC-BCA Board Organization as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
I second it.
All right, I think Tina got a millisecond before, so moved by Vince and second by Tina. And is there any further discussion on the motion?
So I do have a note for the board, and it's something that I learned recently, that actually under ORS 255.335, section 5, it's actually cited in the policy. Each district shall hold a regular organization. We have to get it done by the end of July. Now, I didn't know that.
Okay. So
It's in statute. You got to get it done by July.
all right, so with that, I believe to explain the policy as presented, if we approve the policy as presented, the incoming board chair will preside until a successor is elected. However, we have to make an organizational meeting between July 1st and July 31st.
Organizational meeting actually can happen before July 1st.
Or we can do that. However, in the proposed policy as presented, we're striking through the ability for the board to meet before July 1st.
Okay, so then for us, it happens in July.
Yes, so just with the clarification from Director Adams about the statute and with the proposed policy as presented with the strike throughs and the additional language, the organizational meeting has to happen between July 1st and end of July. That being said, we are scheduled for a swearing in a meeting, which could hold an organizational meeting if the rest of the board is willing to attend that meeting. We could have it probably will be 15 minutes. Of course, board member elect Shauna Tomini will be there, affirm that she is available. So with that, what do board members think about this proposed policy? Is there any further discussion? Jay?
I just want to clarify again. My understanding, Vince, would be that a newly elected person could not be participating in an organizational meeting if their term runs from July 1. Could they meet ahead of time? I'm not clear on that.
Their term starts at midnight on July 1st, at which point, once they have taken the oath of office, they're fully qualified to sit as a school board member.
Right. So I thought I heard you say something like, we could meet ahead of then, but those people wouldn't be able to be in that meeting as official members. That's why I just think this is a cleanup of a past practice that I don't think probably meets the statute.
Perhaps. I know that there are school boards having organizational meetings before July 1st. I know that is happening.
Interesting.
Our board members, do we have a motion? We do have a, we have a
We do
motion.
have a motion.
So, on the motion, could you restate the motion?
Happily. I move to approve the revised version of policy BCA board organization as presented.
All right, we're going to enter into a vote. Director Jones, what's your vote?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I'm understanding the change that we are making. Can I just ask somebody to just summarize exactly what this cleanup is doing? I have it in front of me. It's escaping me.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We're going to suspend the vote. I will provide a clarification. As it stands right now, the board may elect an organizational meeting for a chair and vice chair before July. And as it stands for now, the board have to reaffirm its actions made before the 1st of July in its first meeting. And we do actually have a reaffirmation of other actions, if I'm not mistaken, related to finance officer and other things that are reaffirmed after we make them during this month. That's how it stands right now. Traditionally, we always have the organizational meeting beforehand, and we may elect to do the organizational meeting afterwards if we want to. That proposed change, if the motion is voted on, then the board will not be able to hold a designated chair and vice chair election organizational meeting before July 1st. They have to wait until July 1st. And then they have to have the votes between July 1st and 30 or 31 days according to the statute.
Okay. Thank you. I thought I was understanding that, but I'm not sure why.
All right. So going back to the vote.
Yes.
Director Jones?
I vote no.
Director Whitebeam?
I vote yes.
Director Conroy?
Yes.
Director Adams?
Aye.
Director Baker?
Aye.
And Vice Chair Finger McDonald?
She seems frozen.
Uh-oh. Sarah, we can't hear you. Oh, she's in.
I moved her to leave.
Sarah, you're on speaker. Sarah, you're on a speaker. Can you hear me? No problem. So the motion.
I might vote aye.
All right.
Yeah.
Did folks
I'm
on
trying
the,
to get reconnected.
all right, did folks hear the vote? Okay, so Vice Chair Finger McDonald votes aye.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try to reconnect, so, I think I should be coming back on.
Sounds good. Thanks. And Chair Aladrobo votes aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-1. The motion passes. All right. Next item on the agenda is board meeting calendar for 2021-22 approval. So I want to really appreciate and share my gratitude for staff, Parker, and the team for making sure that the calendar is appropriate for folks who want to attend the meeting without jeopardizing their ability to celebrate their religious and cultural holidays. Much appreciated. With that, Vince,
I move to approve the 2021, 2020, or 2022 Corvallis School Board meeting calendar as presented.
is there a second?
Second.
All right, with that, just want to check in, Therese and Tina, would you be okay that we hold the July 1st meeting with the intention that we'll have a swearing in and also organizational meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just passed a policy that kind of requires that now, doesn't it? So I guess I'm okay with that.
Awesome. All right, perfect. And with that, is there any further discussion? Yeah.
I mean, I would just comment that I'd like to express appreciation. And while it seems like a small thing, I know that it went to a lot of effort, but it's an important component of changing organizational culture. So thank you. I know it was a pain, but it's important, but it's important work.
Yeah. Well done, Parker.
Thank you.
All right. With that, any further comments? Seeing none on the motion. We're seeking a unanimous consent on the motion. So is there any objections on passing the motion? If you
Sammy,
object-
it's-
Yes.
It's
Yes,
not
Ray.
an objection. It's
Mhm.
just a statement that the work on the calendar is fantastic and wonderful and beyond my control at the moment. I do not believe that I can attend the retreat on the day that it is scheduled, but I do not expect everybody to make adjustments for one person's schedule. I will do my best to resolve the conflict. I just don't know that I will be able to.
Thank you. All right. Any objections on the motion? The motion passes unanimously without objection. All right, next item on the agenda is the superintendent 2021-2024 employment contracts. And I want to thank Sarah for joining me on initial conversation with Ryan to navigate changes to the contract that reflects extending the years of the contract since it's a rolling 3-year period. We need to add a year after a conclusion of the year, but also making sure that we walk the walk in terms of compensating our staff, including our superintendent, on a little bit higher than average than our competitor peer districts. So we can keep him. His evaluation was spectacular this year, and compensation should follow through so we can retain him. With that, that's basically the summary of the contract negotiation and the proposal. Sarah, would you like to add anything?
And no, I think, our main concern was we wanted to have the same expectations for compensation for our superintendent as we do for the rest of our employees. And I think that was important. We certainly value Ryan's service and want to make sure he knows that. So I think that was our main goal in this negotiation.
Thank you. Vince,
I move to approve the contract as submitted.
is there a second?
Second.
All right, we're going to enter to a vote.
Actually, I
What?
Oh, I mean, I'm just echoing what's already been said. I would say that Ryan's performance has been increasingly exemplary over his tenure. And the point that wasn't mentioned is that continuity in leadership has a tangible and effect that is, shown in research to have an effect on student outcomes. So sorry, it's getting late and I'm losing my words, but so yeah, we want to keep Ryan, and of course it's the standard of this board to compensate our employees a little bit better than the market average. So for our labor market average. So thank you for all that you've done.
Any further comments or discussion on the motion? See none on the motion.
Actually, Sammy, I do have one comment. It's not, I absolutely am grateful that we have Superintendent Noss and that we want to keep him. I think that's fantastic. I would like to say on the issue of compensation in our district, I do think that the compensation of the superintendent is something that I feel the most disconnected to as a board member. So I would like to make a suggestion that going forward, this is something that they're, like we do with our certified and our classified contracts, where we are asked to give some sense of a general scope of what we are hoping to achieve in it, that conversation might take place involving more board members. Because although I don't have any objection to anything in this contract, I have no idea how you came to those terms. And so I do not feel qualified to represent the reason why this is a good contract for our superintendent if questions were to come to me. So I'm just asking that we consider increasing the transparency of that process so that board members may be able to better advocate for the outcome.
Absolutely. With a very minor caveat, if we want to engage, probably, honestly, I'll be transparent with you. Maybe we can start a new tradition where the chair and vice chair or any board members will get an authorization to start the conversation negotiation. And I believe this could qualify into an executive session. So there might be some parameters of negotiation that might qualify for executive session negotiation, if I'm not mistaken.
I can clarify that.
Yes, we have an expert here.
It does not qualify for executive session.
Okay.
Discussions of the superintendent contractor absolutely must be a public meeting.
Okay, so probably we can start that conversation early in the year where we will put something in schedule where we would deliberate and set parameters while we meet in public, and then eventually the negotiation will be transparent. With that, if there's no objection from the board, I'll be happy to share the parameters and information related to why this contract is competitive, but also appropriate for where we are. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll make sure that in our cover letter, we cover really the highlights of the rationale around the additions and the changes. I don't know if that answered your questions or if this is for future, right, Therese?
Yeah, this is for the future. I read through this and I don't have any objections to anything in here. I just, I think that the contract of the superintendent, like every other thing that we do on some level, should be able to align with the board goals. And I don't think that's something that should happen in isolation. And so I'm not asking that we all 7 of us participate in negotiations either. We don't with the other contracts, and I don't think that's practical or necessary for this contract. Just simply an opportunity to say, given where we are in our district and where we want to go and what we value, these are the things that we would be expecting to look for and the things we would be prepared to talk to the community about. And getting it when it's basically already negotiated feels a little bit like just a rubber stamp and not really an opportunity to say, I want to be able to ask questions. I don't, again, I'm going to vote for this. I think it's a good contract. I think that Superintendent Noss is an absolute, is an asset. We should keep him. I don't want to send any message otherwise. I will vote for this contract and for holding on to him. I appreciate Vince's comment about continuity of leadership, and I think that even should have some fiscal implications as well. So I think that all of those are very good things. I just want to not hear about it when it's already done.
Thank you, absolutely. Jay and then Vince.
Oh, no, my hand's up in
Jay?
there.
So I want to clarify, I think that in our evaluation process, which you, Sammy, then brought to the public and gave a strong report about his work, would then probably have been a good time to say, and we should authorize you and you as the board chair or whoever to enter into discussions about setting an appropriate commensurate with the values of being above average in our peer group. So I think we maybe missed a step, but I think we should move ahead. I just want to add, I was going to save this for my in remarks, but I just want to say on behalf of informing the public, my perspective is Superintendent Noss is an exceptionally strong superintendent, one that is the best that I have been around in my years. And I don't say that lightly at all. And he is a great listener. He is a person that works hard with a variety of people. He does a great job of leading his leaders, including building administrators. So I think that this is an appropriate and very, very important contract to enter into. I just echo lastly, the words of, we really don't want to have Ryan go thinking about other places except, retiring, I guess. So that would be the only other thing I'd add.
Long time from now. Any further discussion? All right, on the motion, we're going to enter into a vote. Director Conroy, what's your vote?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Director Whitebear?
Aye.
Director Adams?
Aye.
Director Baker?
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald?
Aye.
Chair Abdullah votes aye, passes unanimously, 7-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, next item is the employment contract addendums, Finance and Operations Director and Human Resources Director employment contract as an Assistant Superintendent. So with that, is there a motion or discussion?
I'll move.
All right, what's your motion?
So I move to approve the attached employment contract and addendums as submitted.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, second by Vice Chair Finger McDonald. Any further discussion?
I would just like to say it's nice to see our assistant superintendent entering into a 3-year contract.
Thank you. I'm
Going-
excited too.
Going back to that discussion about continuity, both of our administrators in the room with us right now have demonstrated outstanding leadership this year and have worked great in a team while navigating their own personal adversity. So just thank you both for the hard work this year.
Absolutely, and I'll say ditto, and by extension to the other leaders mentioned here. They are well-known leaders in the community and in their profession, holding awards. And when I look into equity reports over the state, I see Jennifer Duvall's name there. And we are winning award in terms of budgets. I don't know if Olivia, you were here, but I shared with our state U.S. senators and with Representative Susan Bonamici snapshots or screenshots from the budget around how we're using ESSERs and ESSER 1 and 2 and 3. So you make our job really fun and exciting, and you make us really enjoy reading budgets.
That's
With that, really appreciation for all of you for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Director Adams, what's your vote?
Aye.
Director Conroy, what's your vote?
Aye.
Director Baker, what's your vote?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Director Whitebear?
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald?
Aye.
Chair Abdullah votes aye, passes unanimously. Congratulations. All right, planning for school board evaluations process.
We have
Oh, wait,
Oh, wait, what?
17.
Yes, okay. Non-represented employee benefits and compensation.
So now that Melissa and I are done, so that sort of awkward piece is over. And thank you, by the way. In terms of the non-represented group, there are a couple things to keep in mind. One, they did not take a COLA or STEP last year. And so we're wanting to make sure that they are compensated within the average or slightly above average of other people in similar positions around the state in comparable districts. And the desire to help them get caught up after taking a year without any of those benefits. So that's the rationale and the thinking behind the proposal for that group.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
With your indulgence, I will move to approve the non-represented employee salary and benefits agreement for 2021-2022.
I second it.
Moved and second. Is there any further discussion? See no further discussion. Is there any objection on the motion? Seeing there's no objection, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you to all our administrative and for the public, go and look at all the different positions. That's not just our building administrators. There are a lot of people that are non-represented that do hard and important work in our district.
Yes, and really the patience over last year, not taking an increase is really speaks volume for their sacrifice and their commitment. Really appreciate it. All right, I've been talking a lot. So the next thing I want to say is planning for school board evaluation process in terms of a summary. I will be sending you, unless you got it already, I will be sending you a survey from Kristen Miles regarding the evaluation. And I thought it's appropriate that we go through the evaluation after our last meeting. And we will engage in providing our responses. And the only thing that I want to share with you is if you would accept that we set a deadline for ourselves by the end of the month. So information and experiences are fresh in our mind, and OSBA facilitators will consolidate that information, will use all the responses for us to deliberate and discuss during our retreat and beyond. So with that, is there any objections on setting a deadline for ourselves by the end of the month? We will answer the survey that will come from OSBA. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes, I believe, maybe half an hour maximum.
This is the board self-assessment?
Yes,
Didn't they already release the survey?
I think they released it. Did we?
Yeah, it's been sent out. However, if you want people to complete feedback now for the retreat on August 19th, then I will email Kristen because I believe that I'm not sure if she wanted the survey done now or if she wanted it done closer to the date, but I can converse with her with whatever the board decides.
I saw a survey come through, and so I did it.
Yeah, okay, you already did. So I would say if there's no, I would say,
I don't have access to it.
No,
I
but
would
they can
recommend-
tell up there.
yeah, I would recommend that we respond to it. So
Okay.
the current board will be sending the responses for the self-evaluation.
Sounds good.
So all members right now. So let's do it as soon as possible. Maybe artificial deadline by the end of June, but if you do it over the weekend, that would be great. Any questions, objections to the plan? All right, no action needed right now. Just fill the survey over the weekend. Consolidated action. Any items on the agenda that you would like to pull out for discussion or questions? Am I right?
Did you ask?
Consolidated action.
Oh, I thought you asked something else.
Yeah, I was thinking like, did I skip something?
Okay, no, you're good.
Okay. So as a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for action. Does anyone have a question about anything in consolidated action? Lou?
It's the whole section, right? Like A, B, all the way down. Is that correct on the list on our board book? It's like super long, the action.
Yeah.
Yeah, through 9.
The BCF then.
Yeah, pretty good.
Could you give me a page number for where you are?
I'm on the electronic board book one.
You have
Right.
a name?
Does it not have a page number? I guess I'm using the PDF version.
Not on this one. It's like the quick view on the.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, it's it is 19C1.
EFC.
Yeah.
What was it? Yeah, EFC.
BFC adoption and revision of policies. All right, anything else?
I do. Resolution 2102 or 0602. Ooh, I'm getting rummy.
Transfer of appropriations?
Yep.
All right.
And then also the voice amplification purchase approval. Those are just questions. I'm also following BFC as well.
All right. Anything else? See none, we'll start with policy BFC. Who would like to start? Maybe the person who pulled it out first. That was Lou.
Or if Vince wants to go, that's fine.
Well, then I would like to, I have an amendment, so I move to amend to change the policy BFC under consideration to insert the phrase to allow adequate time for public input after the word reading, such the sentence will read, the second reading / adoption will take place at least 2 weeks after the first reading to allow adequate time for public input unless the board determines that the situation requires more urgency, and I will send you that language.
All right, could you, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
I can read it again.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, a second. Could you read how the language would read if the resolution passed?
So such that the sentence will read, the second reading / adoption will take place at least 2 weeks after the first reading to allow adequate time for public input unless the board determines that the situation requires more urgency. The intent behind the motion is to clarify the sentence that why we're amending it, or why the sentence is there, why this time constraint is there.
Any discussion on the motion? Lou?
I probably should have went first. That's my comment.
All right. Go for
I
it.
tried to let you go.
What do you have?
I really don't understand why we're making this revision in the first place. So I would either abstain or vote no on that amendment. If we're calling for a vote,
Yeah, since we have a motion on the table, the motion is on the table and related to clarifying the intent of the change of the policy. So is there any further discussion?
I guess I'm, so is there, Lou, is what you were going to share or the reason that you wanted it pulled out relevant to the action that has been proposed? Or could it be relevant to the action that's been proposed?
Possibly, because I don't feel we need to revise this policy.
So I'm going to navigate this motion amendment to that amendment. So let's talk about this. I would encourage board members, if this amendment will make the next step better, vote yes. And if it will not, vote no. If it doesn't matter, vote anyway. That makes sense. So basically, let's assume this resolution will pass as eventually. Would this motion make it better? So focusing on the specific language, is there any further discussion? All right, could Director Adams read the motion again?
Okay, so from the top, whole motion, I move to amend the change to policy BFC under consideration to insert the phrase to allow adequate time for public input after the word reading, such that the sentence will read, the second reading / adoption will take place at least 2 weeks after the first reading to allow adequate time for public input unless the board determines that the situation requires more urgency.
Motion on the table. If there's no further discussion or motions, we will go into vote on the amendments.
I'm sorry, before so is the reason for your amendment, Vince, to make it more clear, the reason why we're saying that there will be at least 2 weeks? Because that's kind of vague.
Yes.
Okay.
This board has been having this discussion for a field 6 months. And this is the intent behind the amendment to this policy. So I felt it was important that 6 months of discussion should be included in it.
Any further clarifications? Seeing none. Director Conroy, what's your vote?
Aye.
Director Adams?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Director Baker?
I abstain.
Director Whitebeard,
Abstain.
and Chair Abdullah votes aye, passes 4-0 to 2. So.
You
four-
didn't ask for my
Oh,
vote.
sorry, sorry.
Yes, Sarah.
Yes, thank you.
It's like.
That's why it doesn't add up.
I know.
I was like, Vice Chair Figure McDonald, I'm sorry, Sarah.
I will vote aye.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5, 0, 2, that's a 7. All right, passes 5-0 to 2 abstentions. So now we have the policy as presented with the addition of the amendment on the table. And Lou, you're next on the floor, so.
Yeah, again, I don't understand. I've said this from the beginning with this policy, like why it's necessary to put language in there. I think the phrasing has been to tighten it. I'm not asking for specific people's feedback on this, but I don't understand why we're putting it in there when we already have a way to ask for more time, and it's not like required to do the first read, second read as is. And so that's where I'm kind of a little bit confused, like what the point of requiring a time frame for the second read is, because we already have that ability to ask for more time or to request that. It seems like, yeah, I just don't understand why we would revise a policy that doesn't need revision, because it already does everything we need it to do.
Thank you. Up next is Jay, and then I'll recognize myself. Jay?
The reason that I submitted this policy was to try to prescribe a pattern of board action that guarantees that we follow the values we talk about, which are giving ourselves and the community plenty of time to react, or at least a minimum amount of time to react, rather than to say we need to convince 4 out of 7 that we should specifically expand the time to act. This is kind of giving the track that says we will give 2 weeks unless there's some urgency, which we can then cut back. But I think it kind of frames it in the positive, and I appreciate Vince's amendment that makes it what the real intent is encouraging more in a full discussion.
Any further discussion or any, on myself. So I want to put a disclosure, I can't preside a meeting and weigh in, but I'm going to weigh in. And I want to say something. I feel this policy will create more red tape to our staff and to ourselves than necessary. Any policy development or any elected body, as 7 representing the whole community, we have to balance between 2 things. Number 1, expediency. Number 2, thoroughness, deliberation, and community engagement. The problem is between expediency and community engagement and thoroughness, sometimes a week is enough. Sometimes we have to decide on this at the same day. And we need to be very diligent in terms of making an action promptly. Setting a timeline in this policy goes against a couple of things. Number 1 is forcing us to every time say, if we're going for a second read, we need to have 2 weeks. And if we have 2 weeks, we can skip the 2 weeks if we have a rationale. However, the policy as it stands right now gives us the opportunity to not do a second reading at all. And we already did so many things here without a second reading because expediency, or we opted not to do it. So I believe any board needs to have that judgment, and the district, and in the policy it says the district needs to have that judgment in terms of providing something for action immediately. And that's still something in our power now, and will be in our power if we pass this policy change, which is vote immediately with first read, and that's it. The second read is an option for us, and we use it often. Restraining this option with 2 weeks seems to be creating a red tape The unintended consequence, in my opinion, would be we will never have a second read. Or maybe some boards will elect not to have a second read because it just adds a complication. So I can visualize the boards or staff will have this disclosure. We need to do the second read within less than 2 weeks. It's almost never happened except once last year. That's where I really seriously have concerns about the passage of this and having the intended consequence, which is allowing thoroughness and deliberation at the same time in a balanced way with expediency when necessary. The policy as it exists gives us the power to be expedient and thorough at the same time and decide how much weight we need to put on each one of these two criteria, depending on what's ahead of us. That's why I'm really hesitant to move forward with this policy change. Up next is Therese.
Thank you, Sammy. I concur with much of what you said. I supported the amendment because if we do pass this, I think should at least be clear and transparent why this happened, which is why declaring we're doing this for the purpose of public comment, I think is helpful, but I don't think this policy is necessary. I don't think as a board, we have a habit of moving, I don't think we have a habit of skipping or shortening a timeline in general. And I don't know that the end, the statement says, unless we determine, well, now then we would, in theory, need a policy to govern how we're going to decide that something rises to the occasion of an exception. And that feels like just really cumbersome to me. Policy work already is very labor intensive for the district. We, as a board, we send them back with a lot of questions on a regular basis. I can't remember, we do not have a lot of policies that are just passed without interrogation and question that necessitates oftentimes more than 2 readings. So I understand that we want to ensure community engagement. I don't think that this is the policy to ensure that. I think our community engagement is the policy to ensure that there is community input and community engagement, not the policy about when we read. So I don't really think this is necessary.
All right, up next, I see Jay, your hands from before, or you would like to speak?
I'd like to speak.
Yeah, go for it.
I think it's interesting that we are framing it that it's red tape or a problem when we at the same time have again and again said, we want the community to know that we believe they should be engaged. All this policy says is we, as a matter of routine, will take 2 weeks. And that if we need to go faster, and we will explain why we need to go faster, we will do it. So to me, it's inconsistent and not, it's not consistent with what our values are. It's not overburdensome. It does not happen that often. You're right. And so to me, it's a statement that says, but we want to value a good 2-week period of talk. So that's the basis.
Thank you, Therese.
Thank you. I completely agree with you, Jay, that we have messaged and we continue to want to promote community participation. I'm not convinced that the timeline of when we read is the reason that we struggle with community participation. And so I don't know that this policy would never be part of a more comprehensive evaluation, but my sense is that it's not because we're not giving people 2 weeks. Which we mostly are. And so if we don't think we're getting the community engagement that we want, and we've already noted that by and large, this pretty much always happens, that tells me that the issue with community engagement isn't about the timeline of our read. And so I guess rather than amending this policy, I would like to have a conversation, and probably the community ought to be part of that conversation about what's not working about community engagement. So I guess I just would say that I don't know that this change doesn't need to happen. I'm just not sure that this change is going to fix the thing that we are hoping it will address. And so I'm concerned if we do this, this is a Band-Aid over something that will then just silence the conversation about community engagement, because we'll say, well, we told you all that you have 2 weeks. But if in practice, they already pretty much always have at least 2 weeks, and it's not what we want, if we're not getting the engagement or the community doesn't feel like they have room for engagement, that means the problem is rooted someplace else. And I would love, I don't know if tonight is the moment to do that, but I would love to hear, thoughts on what is the root of the issue.
Thank you, Teresa. I'll recognize myself, and then we have Jay, Sarah, and Lou. I would say an example of an action that's included community engagements and thorough processing and structured processing is the renaming of the schools. We had community input through email, public testimony, and before we made the final action of putting in 3 permanent names, we engaged with the task force, and now we're anticipating a resolution that will include 2 readings. And people starting from today, actually, since the package was out, know the proposed names, have access to the resources. This is not about time, honestly, not even about first and second reading. It's about how the board is committed to engage with the community. And that's one issue. And I want to make sure, I'm going to vote no for this, but I want to make sure my vote no on this is not interpreted by any way that we don't want the community to see what we do, to be engaged in what we do, and to be engaged in the right way where they can have their voice heard. And at the same time, we don't complicate things for our staff and ourselves in terms of should we have a second read or not a second read. And if we do second read, then it's going to be harder actually to navigate through because of the 2 weeks requirements. So my vote no for this is nothing related to public engagements. We just voted on investing in public engagements and community engagements and our professional development. And that's way beyond just 1 or 2 meetings with readings. So just want to clarify that's the intention and the meaning of what I want to do. So Jay, and then Sarah, and then Lou, and then Vince. Jay?
2 comments. I agree with Teresa that this amendment does not address the whole big topic of good public engagement. What are the key elements? Who are the important people to invite, going out, having meetings, and so on? That's a major discussion. This is a very narrow issue to me that just says, as a matter of practice, subject to an exception, we want to give at least 2 weeks worth of notice. I'm confused about your comment, Sammy, and so I need clarification. Don't all our policies automatically have to have a second reading? Am I missing that part of the policy? Or are you saying we can adopt? I thought that was in our policy, that they shall go through a first reading and a second reading. Isn't that's what I intended? At least I thought that's what we were doing.
So I would, Jay, I would refer you to the second paragraph from the bottom on the first page, and it reads as follows. And this paragraph exists already and will continue to exist if we vote on this change. The paragraph reads, when, comma, in the best interest of the district, comma, immediate adoption of a proposed policy is necessary, comma, the board may adopt such policy at the first meeting in which it is presented. So this paragraph, to my understanding, allows to adopt a policy from a first read without regard of the previous 3 paragraphs.
Yep, but that's exactly my point. The previous 3 paragraphs talk about a normal process that says there'll be a first reading and then an opportunity for people to think about it and work on it, get input, and they don't say all those words, but then have a second reading. And then there is the paragraph you just read, which says in the normal course of things, we can do things real quickly. And then what my clarification is that in the normal course of first and second readings, it needs to be 2 weeks. So I just wanted to clarify for the public, we normally do a first and a second reading unless that paragraph you just read says we need to go through fast. So I just wanted to be sure we're on the same page.
That's right. Thank you. Sarah?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues who feel like this change in this policy isn't going to fix the problem we're trying to have it fix. And that we often don't even understand. I don't think we have a clear vision of what community engagement is going to be. And that's why one of the things we talked about in the application for the professional development. And so I am I'm gonna vote no on this because I think we're revising a policy in an effort to make an improvement, but I don't think that doing this 2-week designation will actually make the change and increase the engagement. Because almost always we have a gap of time between a first read and a second read, and we don't get community engagement in a lot of our policies as it is. So I think how we reach out to the community, how we understand our communications with the community to be held, how we expect feedback to come, how we lead our community to understand what we're working on at any given time is far more important than putting a 2-week designation in a policy that really doesn't change, for the most part, how we already are doing things. So I will be voting no on this.
Thank you, Lou.
So this, I'm like trying to gather my thoughts again. It's late. It's turning into an hour for all of us, I think. I remember when we first read this, I also pointed out that most of our meetings are 2 weeks apart as is. And there's like rare occasions when there's not 2 weeks. So it doesn't make sense to force us to have an expanded time frame that already exists by design of our meetings. And so that was part of like me not understanding the necessity of this addition. And it was stated at that meeting as well that it was more of a response to the school rename resolution. I hate bringing that up right now because of what happened earlier, but that was used as a justification of why this language was introduced in the policy. And when we had that conversation before. And so to me, it feels more like a reaction to something that has happened in the past year, more than public engagement, because as been stated by our colleagues several times, that 2-week time frame already exists, and that is not, we're not getting the engagement, I guess, that we would hope, right? We want more engagement, but that 2-week time frame already exists. So putting that in there is not going to fix it, and it feels more reactive. I don't plan on voting for this because it being a reactive statement through policy is how it feels, and we already have everything in place that is being asked for with this, and it seems like an unnecessary change.
All right, I see Sarah and then Vince. That's what before, then Vince.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I'll be voting against the motion as well. And that's really, you know, my colleagues have spoken about this. We're considering this policy change in isolation. It's not part of a comprehensive framework to address community engagement. I completely commiserate and applaud the intent behind the change, but it's not part of a comprehensive solution. Another question that comes to mind about this is 2 weeks the right amount of time? Maybe it's only 1 week, maybe it's a month. I don't know. We haven't asked the public. We haven't analyzed this. So I don't know where that 2-week time frame came from. So I'm going to vote no because and the other point I'd like to raise is that this board has committed to doing professional development next year on community engagement and bringing the community into our processes. And so after we do that work and this policy change comes back up, I may vote for it if it makes sense in that context. But right now, this feels like it's in isolation.
All right. Tina?
I'm having internet difficulties, so hopefully everybody can hear me all right. I agree with most of the sentiments that that we do have to do some work on figuring out where we are failing with community engagement. We're not a board. Over the last 2 years, I know that we're not a board that likes to put a Band-Aid over something and call it good. And I think that's what this policy is going to do, is just to put a Band-Aid over something that we need to dig deep into to figure out where our gaps are and where we need to fill that in and be more transparent and be able to engage community input and what that would look like. I think this next year, while we're working on community engagement, I think that will give us more answers. And I think that's where we need to start, looking into first before we look at any policy in this regard.
All right, thank you. If there's no objection, we're going to suspend discussion on this topic, and I would like to entertain a motion.
Do you just need a
Sammy?
motion to table this?
Yes, you could, you could have a motion to table indefinitely, and if that motion is in order, a vote by the affirmative, yes, will mean this change will not happen and the policy will stand as it was written in 2018. And that's one option.
Yeah, I move then that we table policy BFC.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second the motion.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Wait, so just to clarify, if we table this, does that mean that so we have to come back to it at some point, yes?
No, tabling something indefinitely means it's not gonna be considered until the end of, by the end of this meeting. And after that, it's up to the board to consider adopting a different language, proposing a different language. So for the record, Director Jay Conroy proposed this language and we heard it for our first read, and now this is the second read. So we could have another iteration. So if you vote yes on this, that means we will continue to have policy BCF as it was approved in 2018. And if the motion fails, then we could still adopt it.
I'm clear on what will happen if we vote to table. I'm just, in terms of what that will mean for us, in terms of what policy we will have, I'm just curious, maybe someone can share what would be the advantage of voting a motion to table as opposed to a motion to hold a vote and then to vote. I guess I'm not clear. Is there a reason why we would vote to table rather than just call a vote on the
both in terms of procedure, yeah, sorry. To answer your question, Therese, both have the same effects.
Okay.
Unless someone objects to this, but my understanding.
Yes.
It's an equivalent
From
effect.
your parliamentarian as well. So yeah, we have a motion to table that will set it to the side indefinitely.
Until it's proposed by an agenda item in the future.
And that's the motion that we have on the table.
Yeah. So I have two hands up. Lou and then Jay.
I was just gonna ask if Sarah would entertain an amendment to add the term indefinitely instead of just table to your motion.
I would say.
Does it need to be?
Yeah, I'd say, but you could, I would.
So you either table to a date or you table indefinitely.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was trying to clarify because the motion was just table.
Yeah. So if there's no objection, the motion is to table it indefinitely. That's the motion on the floor. Is there any objection to this, to the motion from Lou? There's no objection. So now the motion at the table is to table BCF indefinitely. Jay?
I just think for clarification, Therese, thank you. The having a vote on it puts you all and me on record as to how you feel about a specific idea, a 2-week limit. I think it delays there's a comment that says this is just a Band-Aid, so we should vote against it. But I think that that's not accurate. I think you can do both. You can have a long-term discussion on it in terms of engagement, and you can also take a step forward and say, and we mean at least 2 weeks. But this gives you the opportunity to motion to do it indefinitely, to not have to vote on that and as a matter of public record, have that vote.
Any further discussion?
I'm just going to agree with Jay that, I mean, it's fine if functionally, look, if that's the motion on the table and it will put our conversation to rest, I get that. I do think though that we don't mean to, I don't think in the conversation that I heard from people, I didn't hear table it. I heard we don't want this policy change. And so I do feel like it does a little bit sidestep actually making a statement about what I think we're actually intending to communicate. I don't intend to just table it until a future time. I don't think this policy change is what we need because it is in isolation of every other policy and governance that we use around community engagement. And I think that entire process needs to be reviewed. And so it's probably splitting hairs from a procedural perspective. I don't think it's splitting hairs from a message to the community perspective.
Sarah?
So the reason I put forth the move to table it is that, so it's in consolidated action. So we either table it or it has to be pulled out separately to be voted on. And I'm happy to do either one. Tabling to me just took it out of the list. We can approve the rest of consolidated action and that sits on the side. I think every one of us has expressed how we would intend to vote on this anyway. So there's a record there. I'm happy to amend my, what I've moved if we want to pull it and vote on it separately.
I would say, Sarah, let's not amend it. I'm gonna say that's out of order. If you would like to table it, then we're not gonna talk about this for the rest of the evening. Vote yes. If you vote no, it's not gonna be tabled, and then we could have a motion on BCF alone, and we can pull it out. Are you comfortable with that? Just so we don't end up with that 2 layers of second amendments. With that to Jay, no, okay, Sarah. All right. Those in favor of tabling BCF, is there any further discussion? Those in favor of tabling BCF, say aye. And those against tabling BCF and would like to continue to consider BCF, say nay. Director Adams?
Aye.
Director Conroy?
Nay.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Director Baker?
Aye.
Director Whitebear?
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald?
Aye.
And Chair Abdullah votes aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 to 1. The motion passes.
Sammy, we
Sorry,
only have
6 to
7
1.
people.
6 to 1, thank you. 6 to 1, the motion passes. The policy BFC as proposed is tabled. All right. Now, next item on the agenda is resolution 210602, transfer of appropriations.
Actually, Sammy, for the good of the order, I will defer the questions I had on those. I'm actually drafting an email, sending the staff.
Okay, same thing for purchase approval?
Yes, I will send them all.
All right, anything else from a consolidated action? All right, before we vote, I just want to say, I'm not pulling out accepting election results, but I want to highlight how important this is. As an elected body, the election was certified and we are accepting the election results. As an education institution, I want to reflect on how important that is, regardless of who wins or loses elections. We're accepting the results of an election and it's our responsibility to do that. So I just want to highlight and underscore that. It just means a lot to me. That's what democracy is. And I value that so much and I don't want to just pass through it without highlighting it. And if January's events is any lesson, is that we shouldn't take our democracy and our responsibility to uphold elections and follow the results of the elections lightly. We should take that seriously. With that, is there any motion to approve consolidated action with the exception of policy BFC?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Well, we're entering into any further discussion. We're entering into a vote. Director Adams,
Aye.
Director Conroy,
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Whitebear,
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald,
Aye.
Chair Abdul votes aye, passes unanimously. Consolidated information. Is there anything, as a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for discussion. Would anyone like to discuss anything on the consolidated information? Yes.
I'm interested in the virtual charter school enrollment data, and I just want to confirm my understanding that there's no durable way to track virtual charter school attendance by district of residence. Really, ODE doesn't know that? So if my kid goes to a virtual charter school, but lives here in Corvallis, there's a student ID. ODE doesn't have that? They don't know that?
It, we get notified by the charter. That's how we get notification.
Yeah, but you get that once they transfer in.
Request records.
But then in the next year, they have to renew the transfer, don't they? So that's how you get the data. So we can know that. Okay, so I found this report really interesting. And can we get this data over time? Can this be something that that we can have? I mean, looking at, getting a historical perspective and then get a report.
Are you thinking like an annual report?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
as part of our data.
Yeah.
That we get on attendance.
Yeah.
So we get attendance numbers.
Yeah, I think we could, my pause was just thinking about, the question that always comes up around data, right? Frequency and.
Yeah, when is it
scope,
available and
yeah.
all that? Yeah, barring data availability, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought that was really interesting. It's
Mhm.
interesting. And seeing that over time, there's a story there and I would love to see that data. Just because I would like to see, because really it's market data.
Yeah.
It's where we position in the market for education in our community. And, how is that changing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think that's really interesting and useful strategic information for the board and for the district.
Yeah.
Very.
And we have, honestly, we looked at it more this year than we have.
Yeah.
ever before.
Yeah, of
We're
course.
checking for that.
Right. So, yeah, thank you for sharing that. I found it really interesting and useful. And yeah, if we can have more data. of course. So,
Awesome. Any further questions on virtual charter school enrollment? Any further questions on anything on the consolidated information? Look at that, we're 10 minutes ahead of board member comments, according to the timeline Parker gave me. So board member comments, any board member comment? Oh,
Can I
sorry.
just one thing, I just got a text from Erica. So our new policy LBEA, which we just passed in action, requires that we give you this information twice annually. So you'll be seeing
We'll
this.
just get it twice annually.
Yes.
Thank you, Erica.
Thanks, Erica.
Eric is nicer than I am.
Sorry about that, Tammy.
No, thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thanks, Erica. All right, any board member comments?
Yes.
All right, we have Vince.
Okay, so we all know that I work with school boards, and one of the things that I've learned to love with some of my school boards is that they meet early in the evening. And I'm just wondering if our board and staff would consider moving our meetings up to 5:30 instead of 6:30. So we could get done earlier.
Let's look into that. And just, again, I just want to check in with staff on that. But typically we are waiting around for you all to show up. Still working, right? But I don't think, my initial reaction is, yeah, let's do that. But I want to just verify.
Yeah, so imagine that it's actually only 9:36 instead of 10:36.
That's that, but that
Let me
also,
imagine that.
that also implies that you stay on time and you don't make added.
No, I totally agree. No, yeah, it's just, I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
And I love, in particular, I work with Springfield and they start at 5.
Mhm.
I would,
It's like, get done.
well, with the virtual thing, it's helpful, but I'm not sure about the board members, how they feel about it as well.
And that's a
Yeah.
discussion we can have.
Yeah.
That's for next year. I was just putting on for consideration. That's
All right, so maybe that could be a check-in for us during the retreat.
Mhm.
Okay, so Jay, Sarah, and then Lou.
So just a couple of quick comments. First of all, regarding start time, I would be absolutely in favor if I were going to be around for a 5 o'clock start time, with the understanding that what we just discussed about engagement might be a question that follows up, like, I wonder what impact that might have on the public who might work until 5, being able to have comment. So you might need to then have public comment move to a set time, let's say at 6:30 or 7, so that they have opportunity to give input. That's just a quick reaction, but it matters not to me down the road, obviously. I just want to make a couple of comments about my work and express some appreciation. Before I do that, I am sitting with a battery almost ready to give out, but I want to throw out this comment about my exchange with Director White Bear and how this came out. If I Google the words "circle the wagon," meaning the first thing that comes up is informal North American saying, quote, of a group uniting in defense of a common interest, like the Lakers quickly circled the
Jay.
wagon against.
Jay, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I want to just share with you a point of order here. I understand you are searching for a resource, and also I understand a board member shared with us as a resource as well, the impact and the effect and the meaning of the word. I'm not sure who authored the dictionary, but also I want to make sure that the environment here is mindful of everybody. And it's safe for everybody. So I just want to say in terms of the point of order here that I want to be mindful not to justify something that was shared with a resource as a way to counter what the board member shared.
Well, okay, so I'm just going to clarify. I'd like to understand what basic democratic ideal is there when someone says that was overtly racist, and then you're telling me I can't explain the common definitions that circle the wagon says. Now, if you're saying that's it, then thank you. I now understand where you're coming from. But I'm here to explain that I was attacked as being overtly racist when I am not. And I'm sorry that she felt that way. So you have to tell me where you want me to go now.
I would say you have the freedom of speaking what you will during this section. I want to also highlight something important. And I'm leaning on actually all students belong language, which said if there is a language or a symbol that's historically have hurt individuals, that language is not about, it's hurtful, and we should make sure we stop it. Personally, right now, just to make sure we're all holding a space for everybody. I want to make sure you can share what you want, but also lean on the information and the resource we learned today that the board member shared with us. The language is racist and it is harmful. And they actually, the board member shared that the word was harmful and they asked not for it not to be used again. So I hope that makes it clear, and feel free to take the floor.
Okay. Well, I think it's a sad time when a use of a idiom, which is the first 3 ideas that are listed under a common Google search, do not talk about any racist attitude. And that what I'm trying to justify is I am not overtly racist and did not intend that as an overtly racist matter. I understand that sometimes people take it that way. And so I think we need to move forward. And again, I apologize for hurting. I've said enough on that. I guess I want to just then do a couple quick things. I want to thank a couple of people, mainly my wife, for letting me do this and supporting me. I want to thank supporters who elected me. I thought I had plenty to contribute to the community, and hope I did at least some contributions. I do want to thank the board members that are working with me tonight. This group of 7 and those who worked with me during the last 4 years. It's been a very enjoyable, positive experience. As a matter of general idea, that we're good people and trying to do what's good for kids. I want to congratulate those members of the board, Lou, Sammy, Vince, who ran and won. I agree totally that elections mean that we should then support the people who are elected. And so I also commend those people who ran and offered themselves for service. It is a big job. In some cases, it is an uncomfortable job because you have a lot of public viewing and what's the word, critique. So I appreciate those people who are willing to say, I'll give it a try. I guess my last one is just to frame why I did this work and to say I think the work of helping kids get a great education opens unbelievable opportunities and doors for them. And so that's why I became a teacher and a teacher for all kids of all backgrounds and abilities. And I think that the work then of schools is absolutely wonderful and critical and valuable. So the work of school boards fits right in there. It's not as in the trenches as a teacher, but it sure comes close, and I appreciate that opportunity. My last comment kind of goes to the whole concept of politics. I think if anybody says that school boards are not politics, they're wrong. Politics means how do you bring forth the values of a community and offer good things and good solutions and push back on things that aren't good solutions. So school boards are political, and I would tell anybody, don't think otherwise. I do think that school boards need to try to not be divisive along traditional Republican Democratic lines, but should be about what's good for kids, no matter what their background, what their parents' parties are, and those kind of things. But division of resources and curriculum and so on does matter. And so it is political, and people need to realize that when you're running for office and when you're electing people. Other than that, my last comment goes, the reason that I ran specifically for this was to give back to Corvallis, and secondly, to kind of convey a deep appreciation for my father, who was a superintendent for 17 years. And I remember clearly the conversation that he would have about the value of board members to his work, that they be supportive. And so my last comments aim right at Ryan and saying, I hope that you have gotten from me a supportive voice, a person that believes deeply in the way you work and the way you lead. And that was my primary goal. There will be times, I'm sure, down the road where we might even disagree on some things. But I hope as a board member that I've been a supportive one as the primary person in my role. I love Corvallis schools and want everything we do to make them better, whether it's passing a bond measure or whatever. So I just want to thank you, Ryan, and thank you, board members, for this opportunity and for the good work. I will be sending you direct emails and appreciations, but don't want to take more time. Take care.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. Lou?
I actually don't feel bad saying this right now after all of that was shared, but I just wanted it publicly noted that I do not accept Director Conroy's apology because it was mentioned several times not to use that terminology. I was actually going to make a motion. I've seen the requesting to censor Director Conroy from continuing to say those harmful phrases, not only to me, but to the public who may be watching that finds those terminology harmful as well. As elected officials, I don't think it's our job to try to continue to bring down a colleague that has expressed pain to their colleagues. That seems highly inappropriate to spend over an hour later, or how long ago was that? Was that 2 hours at this point? Later to bring up this same comment again to defend themselves. And as somebody that studies history should know what that terminology means. Just so it's clear for the public. Technically, the terminology was used by settlers to circle their wagons in defense from the savages that were out to get them. And so that's where that terminology came from, as a line of defense against people who are under attack. And so now I hope it's very clear to the public why that terminology is harmful. It's been used historically and in contemporary times to talk down upon Indigenous people in particular, along with a whole host of other things that people will consider idioms at this point because they've been adopted into popular use, even though they have historically inaccurate and harmful messages associated with them. So I just really wanted to use this as an educational opportunity for the public to understand why that phrase is harmful, and hopefully the public can learn from what has happened so that terminology doesn't cause harm to students or staff in our district. And
Thank you, Lou. Sorry. Thank you, Lou. Any further comments? Jay, is that your hand? Is your hand up?
I guess I'm stunned by one person being told to be quiet and another person being told I'd like to explain what the real meaning is when I wasn't able to explain what the real meaning was from my perspective. But I'll be quiet and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Any further comments? I don't know if anyone is watching. I just want to reflect on, as a school board of education, we got to be committed to continue to learn. And I feel the discomfort and the pain. And I want to make sure we do better as a board, we do better as an institution. And we commit that's it's never okay to be comfortable on the expense of others. So let's commit to continue this important work. Thank you for my colleagues and our district for doing this work, and my colleagues volunteering their time for the commitment. Let's make sure everybody feels safe, and we commit to create a safe environment. I know for sure, one thing I'm certain about is we can't have closure right now. And it's uncomfortable, but it's the fact. A closure is not going to be okay if it is on the expense of one of us. And right now, I want to acknowledge Lou, our director, Louis White Bear, experienced pain and reiterated that. And I want to make sure our students know that we're always there for them. They need to speak their mind. They need to feel safe that they can share what they want. But when we hurt others, we want to be aware of it. And I feel really sad that today we don't have a closure that everybody feels okay. And that's by itself is not okay. But as a board of education, we need to be committed that we're going to change that. There's no further comments.